大家在昨天的 PyNight Party 玩得还开心吗？让我们来回顾一下。Kiss 昨天跟我们分享了 The Zen of Python， 还有我们的 PyCon 纪念酒杯。昨天在我们的会场中也有 PyCast 的即兴访谈，还有昨天游戏间中紧张刺激的有奖问答。即使在线上 PyCon 台湾还是少不了的线上音乐会。如果这些东西都错过的话，我想邀请你今天中午跟我们一起吃炒泡面，并且将你的炒泡面分享到 Happy Hours 频道，或者是参加今天下午的2场团康活动。昨天我到会场绕绕的时候，跟大家聊了天，发现大家好像都找不太到那3个机台到底在哪，那就给大家一点提示。这是第1台机台在的地方，那就剩下2台机台，大家可以到我们的 Garrett 地图上慢慢的去找，慢慢的去探索。还有这个桥，昨天就是有一群很可恶的人，对，那很可恶的人也包含我，就是站在终点看着大家一直掉下去。那这里也再给大家一点提示，上面的那个符号是什么呢？好像是脚印，他们又每个颜色都不太一样。这时候你去我们的赞助商摊位旁边看到，国泰金控旁边这个是一个脚印 ，Kronos 这一点应该也是个脚印吧？那玉山银行旁边怎么又换成叶子了？然后这里变成一个不同颜色、数量也不一样的叶子出现在 Berry I 旁边，永丰金证券这里也是脚印 ，Appier 上面也有一些脚印 ，iChef 旁边 ，KKBox 旁边 ，One Degree 最后又变回了叶子。昨天大概有100人完成了这项挑战。今年的大地活动就到今天的3点半截止，所以现在就去找我们的赞助商摊位聊聊，并且赢得今年的大奖吧。相信昨天有参加 Lightning Talk 的都注意到昨天的放送事故，但是今天我们依然会有闪电秀。今天的注册依然是到下午1点整，那活动会在下午4点40分进行。Open Space 是今年比较特别的活动，那我们今年在下午会有一整个 section， 没有任何的议程，没有任何的专业课程，就是让大家尽情的交流。这是几场我们觉得特别有趣的 Open Space， 创业经验的交流 ，Python 文件的翻译 ，Sidewalk， 共笔的使用，还有要不要用 Python 一起研究法律与政治，还有就是你 on 的那一场 Open Space。这是昨天 Open Space 的盛况，大家在讨论什么呢？大家在讨论 PyCon 的台湾的志工到底都在干嘛？有一句话是这么说的：人生苦短，我用 Python。那是不是大家都是这么认为，所以大家都写 Python 呢？这就让你去跟我们的志工互动，来得到这个答案吧。不过，就是遵循了这个概念，我们今年做了一件人生苦短 T， 这是我们邀请了街头艺术家帮我们提的字，只有志工才有的限时限量的 T 恤。今年呢，举办这次的大会非常的不容易。从去年10月我们筹备一场实体的会议，到今年5月疫情爆发，我们临时要转线上，要设计这么多不同的线上交流互动，到我们的 Gather 有那么多的物件，都仰赖着每一位志工的努力，所以希望大家可以给他们一点掌声。如果你也认同我们的想法、我们的理念，并且享受今年大会的话，想邀请你参加明年的志工，跟我们一起玩。最后，请大家务必要享受今年的年会，谢谢。
Hi everyone, welcome to this session. There are HackMD and Slido links for you to use. You can just check it out in YouTube. We have chat room or interactive object in Gather. The following talk is called Knowledge Graph Data Modeling with Terminus Data, presented by Cherry. Please join me in welcome speaker.
Hello. Hi there. Hello, everybody. So yeah, let me get started. So yeah, I'm Cherry. So I am a developer relations lead in TerminusDB. So it doesn't mean a lot of things, but the thing is like I am mainly really want to educate and help developers to understand TerminusDB and also how to use TerminusDB to make them maybe the projects to go better and more powerful and have their life better. So I was a data scientist, so I understand like if you are also using Python to handle data. So I understand your challenges, when I also use all the stuff that you're probably using. For example, pandas, NumPy, Jupyter Notebook, all this stuff was my favorite tool in the past. So also I quite like some of them even now. But yeah, I would we speak the same language, I would say. I'm also a Pythonista. I love Python because it's an open source language and also the community is great. So I'm also the maintainer of the Python client in TerminusDB. So if you have questions about using it, then you feel free to ask me as well. I love open source software, so I'm very lucky that TerminusDB is open source software, and I'm working with a team to together to develop this tool and make it help other people. So that's really good. So there are some contact details that you can join the TerminusDB's Discord if you are interested in what you are seeing in the workshop today, and also or just send me something on Twitter if you have other Python stuff that you want to talk about. So yeah, this is my avatar. I have it. An artist drew me a few years ago. So, but yeah, that's me. So hello everybody. So this is because normally this workshop, how I would run it is more interactive environment. So now usually I would ask people to introduce themselves in the chat and all this, but I guess you can also do that later when we have the Q&A session or when we go to chat in the Gather Town. Then you can also introduce yourself to me to know. I want to know who you are and what you're interested in about Python, and also how you may use a graph database like TerminusDB. So, so this workshop, we will do a lot of things. So we have an hour and 20 minutes today. So we gotta do a lot of things together. So you will have to, you will learn about semantic knowledge graph. So yesterday, people watched the talk that I presented. So there's a lot of question about, what is a knowledge graph? What's the difference? And today I will answer all these questions. So also, how is it different from the relational database, which is what most of us are using right now, like MySQL, Postgres. So those are relational database. Like how is knowledge graph working differently than working, let's say, with a lot of Excel spreadsheet or CSV files? We will also talk about how a knowledge graph is constructed, how we can describe information in a graph format. So at the end, so those will be more like knowledge sharing. At the end, we would do something together. So if you want to do it together, you feel free to do it. I would have some information about how to download it later. And I will also give you some time to install it if you want to do it together. So that would be the second half of this session. So yeah, we would try out the document API in TerminusDB. So just a few weeks ago, we have the V10 or beta version of the of TerminusDB and the Python client. So we gotta have some. Basically, the tool that we are using today is brand new, so we gotta have a lot of exciting stuff going on. So this session is for everybody. Even without any knowledge, then you could totally enjoy the lecture together. But there will be a bit of Python coding, like I said, a kind of hands-on exercise at the second half. So I would do a demonstration. Feel free to follow along. So that would be require some basic knowledge of coding in Python. So if I'm going too fast, or so maybe you can let me know. Maybe the host can also let me know if you see any people commenting that I'm going too fast. But I would try to do it step by step so you can follow along, even if you can't do it live because you're too busy. But you can also, do it later when I I have a, I would give this as a file to people who are interested. So you can also follow along afterwards as well. So this is the agenda that I have normally use. Of course, we don't have 75 minutes today, but it would be more or less the same. We would be having an introduction and then a presentation, a lecture for around 60 minutes. It may be a little bit shorter because usually people would jump in and ask questions and then a break. We'll see how much time we have. It could be 5 to 15 minutes. And then I would do a demonstration. So it won't be 75 minutes. So afterward, there will be a conclusion of what we have done today. Okay. What is TerminusDB? It's a very new name, I know. It's a very young technology as well. So TerminusDB is an open source knowledge graph database that you can do things that is like Git. So I guess some of you have used Git before, that you can do something we call revision control, which means you can time travel. You can go back if you have done something that you want to, that you don't like, you want to go back, you can do it. Also, you can make a branch of your work, and do something, you can try out something. If you don't like it, you can go back to the branch, or if you like it, you can merge it to the branch, to main branch. Also, you can collaborate with people because two of you can work in two different branches and combine your work together later. So the idea is that we want to create something that go beyond just database that could make people more productive. So it's it's something that we think that is lagging in right now when people handle data. Lots of times, there will be backups, and then you can really merge backups. You can only time travel back to the backups if anything happened. But if it's a revision control, there's also other advantages, like you can manage access, who can access to what in the database. So the advantage will be companies can, the different teams normally, because of all the security, you can't have people accessing all the information, without this distinguish, right? Distinguish between who you are and what you can access. For example, a company will have a lot of data about the employee. So these information may be accessible to the HR team, the human resources team, but other employee may not granted access to those because that's personal information. It shouldn't be shared with everybody. If you want to share it yourself, that's your own choice, not for everybody. So that would require managed access, and having a knowledge graph will have advantage of that because a knowledge graph can hold a lot of complex data, so you can have metadata of telling people about this this graph or this object. So I'll talk a little bit more when we have dive deeper, because now it sounds a little bit too good. So but you will understand what I mean in a bit. We have relational database. That's what we are doing right now. Most of the time, people just have different tables, and then so if you work in a company, you have multiple teams. If you are a data scientist, like what I used to be, sometimes you have to fetch different data from different teams because of the access management issues. So the different team may store their data that are not supposed to share within their own database. And you have to fetch different data from different database and then combine them together. So that's a lot of effort required before you can really do some analysis or have your finding and present it. So there was a kind of a saying within my data scientist friends is that, half of your job is to get the data and clean it. So yes, I know that data scientists would love to do more fun stuff, which is analyzing the data or doing machine learning, some kind of deep learning, cooler stuff, AI stuff, but not cleaning the data and fetching the data for weeks. So to avoid that, it's best to put data all together. You may say that, how about a data lake, right? Data lake is quite flexible. You can put everything in it. You can put them in different buckets and have maybe control over who have access to which bucket. But the problem with that is that it's like a lake. If you want to find something specific in a lake, that's quite difficult. Like finding a needle inside a lake is impossible. So a lot of times you will have to ask someone who processed the knowledge about the data or who put the data in, where do you put it? What does it mean? Lots of questions. So it's still not very productive. It will still require a lot of knowledge. So it kind of defeats the purpose of putting things conveniently together in one place. So to solve this problem is to have certain type of structure that gives you the flexibility of doing a lot of customization, okay? So you can, first of all, model your data in a way that is more flexible. So it's not just like a flat. I would say that the spreadsheets or CSV, they are flat, they are 2D. But a structure inside something so flexible would be like a 3D structure. You can do a lot of different things in it. You can be very nested inside without worrying that, how am I going to flatten it? And also, you can, like I said, have access control, have metadata about the data itself, sitting within the data. So there is like less documentation needed because the documentation is the metadata. So I would think of it as if imagine a company store everything in a graph database, a knowledge graph like TerminusDB. then data scientists can access the data easily. But the advantage would be they can also put the data back in this space, this lake or universe or whatever, with their own structure. So it's everything is in one place, really. Even after the data is clean and analyzed, some finding is done, you can put everything back in. So next time, if someone doing something related, they don't have to do it from the scratch again, from the CSVs, from raw data. They can just use what you're finding and then do something extra. So really it's very convenient. So TerminusDB specifically is open source, so it's free. That's why today you can download and try it together. We also have a cloud service, but that would be a paid service. But we are now in public beta. You can still sign up and try it for free if you want to. It's not necessary for today, but there's something extra available with Terminus X. I will show you a little bit at the end. But today mainly is about TerminusDB, which is open source and free. It's on the Docker image, so you may need to have Docker in your computer. You may want to download it now if you want to follow along, if you don't have Docker. So also, it's because it's open source, there's, people can just have a lot of influence about how we develop the product. The team always talk to people. We have an hour, an office hour every Thursday in the afternoon European time. So it may not be convenient for folks like you all that maybe in the APAC time zone, but we are happy to just if you send a message in the chat, we'll check it out when we are when we're in our office hour or our working time. Also, you can leave GitHub issues. We develop and everything is out in the open. So you can see our progress, when is the milestone, when is the plan release, and all these issues that someone may encounter a bug and open an issue on our GitHub. And we would, investigate and let you know what's the progress. So it's that's why I love open source, right? And graph database means that, like I said, is storing data in 3D instead of 2D. So everything is stored in triples, which I'll explain in a bit. And everything is expressed in relation. So that's why it's also sometimes called semantic graph or knowledge graph, because it is almost like describing a world. So it's quite cool. Also, it allows, like I said before, to revision control and collaborate. So it's not something that is alien to you. If you are a Git user, then you know what I'm talking about. So there are other things like it's we have now the new document API. So building a schema, especially with the Python client, is I would say relatively easy. So if if you're using, let's say, a Python application conjunction with a SQL database, let's say, you have to get an engine to that database. Also, you will have to have ORM. So that's something, if you are a Django user, inside there's an ORM, which convert your Python models, data models, into a SQL query and talk to the backend. But in TerminusDB, with the advantage of the document API, is already very object-oriented, I would say. And with the Python clients, you can just do this data modeling directly. So building a schema is just like defining some classes in Python. The Python client, I don't have to say more, it's just easy to use for Python users like you and me. Also, there is this interactive graph presentation that lets you visualize a graph in an interactive format if you use it in Jupyter Notebook, or you can export it as a HTML. So that's using the D3 library in JavaScript. So that's why it's interactive. You can zoom in, zoom out, or move the nodes around. So that's way better than something like Network X that is a static graph. If you have many nodes, then it's very difficult to visualize. Also, it's fully customizable. You can change the color of different type of things, etc., etc. The only catch is it's not available today, as of today. It was available in version 4, but because we just have this new release, so everything needs to be updated. We will eventually update this interactive presentation library in the future, but right now it's not available yet, so please be patient. So like I said, TerminusDB is open source and available for free on Docker Hub. So it's a Docker image. If you have Docker in your computer, it should be fairly easy to install. To make it even easier, we have made a Bootstrap repo on GitHub. So that's basically just a Docker script that lets you spin up the container and plug it into your localhost pod very easily. So I would recommend it. You use this conjunction as well. I will give you more time and show you detailed instructions later. So yeah, we have 2 clients working, the Python client and JavaScript client. So people found it quite useful to use because they can build a schema with Python client very easily. And so if they use it with a web application, so maybe they can use JavaScript to insert the data, query the data, and all this stuff. So it's quite useful. So now it coming into the knowledge part is the basics about how we gotta think in 3D. So we will talk about what is a triple, what is a quad. So what's the difference between data in 3D, so graph data model, and data in 2D or 2Ds, because there's many spreadsheets, so it's like many 2D data. So that's called relational database. So what's the difference between the two? Also, we have some terms that we use a lot of times, like object or subdocument, documents, and other stuff, right? And also properties, how is property work in the graph database, and also how to represent a data in 2D into a 3D knowledge graph. So we would learn that with example. So a triple. So triple, just like a lot of things that are related to the number 3. So you will see what is these 3 things, right? And quad I would also explain later. So knowledge graph, which sometimes is called a semantic data model or resource description framework data model. So a lot of names here. So they just mean one thing, that everything is described in 3 entities, 3 stuff with 3 things, right? So we call them subject, predicate, object. So now you would think, well, it sounds familiar. If you have learned a language, like for example, if you learn a second language like English, then in schools, your teacher will be, Simon say something. So there's like, subject, object, and there's an action. So almost like this. So there's a subject, an object, so two things. And then in semantic graph, we have a predicate, not just action. It could be anything to describe the relation between the two. So examples, apple is red. So apple, subject, red is an object. So it's not necessarily like as the English language need to be something. It could be, red is a color. So it's also something in some sense. But it's just like apple is red. So it's the relation between the two that describe apple is red. It's not, because you can change it to apple. It's not red, right? So that's very important. The predicate, the relations between the two. What does it mean? Cheuk teaches a workshop. So again, subject, action, object. Or cow loves duck. So we in TerminusDB we love animals. So the whole team are animal lovers. So my colleague always used the example of a cow and duck love story between them. So that's why we have these cute mascot you see on the first slide. That is a mixture of a cow and a duck. So they have a baby. So, so now I would usually ask people what example you can think of. So I would give you maybe 5 seconds to think of some examples. And then you don't have to tell me right now, but think of some examples and try to, if you're in a room by yourself like me, then you can say it out loud for yourself as well. So, yes, that's really good. I'm sure that some of you already have some examples. For example, here I have a cow says moo. Cow is happy. Duck says quack. Maybe duck asks a question. Or cows have 4 legs. And then ducks have wings, let's say. So that's this picture. So I describe things in the picture, like some kids in a kindergarten, right? It's very simple. It looks very silly, where like kids can do that, but together they describe a whole picture. So using triples together, and it will give you an understanding of the words. So the picture before is, if you ask a child to, describe things, right? So they may describe things in triples, and they're exploring this world. They're exploring this world in the picture of, there's a cow, there's a duck, they are talking to each other, they seems happy. So you can think of it as an element of the world, of the knowledge about the world, understanding, exploring the world. So that's really cool. So that's triple. And how about quads? So in this picture, so this is cow duck, by the way. So it's a cow and got duck's legs. So it's the love child of the duck, cow and a duck, I guess. So so if you describe things in here, so you can ask a child, and then child A may say, oh, cow that says moo. But child B may say, no, cow that says meow. So what's going on? Because there's 2 cow ducks here, and they're exactly the same, but they are just maybe sitting in 2 different universes. So this is, for example, this is version A. This is version B. So version A, cow duck says moo. Version B, cow duck says meow. How can I distinguish them? Because go back to the TerminusDB, what I described how revision control work. If you are working on a database, your colleague is working on a database, you both make some changes, right? So you make changes, so you make cow duck says moo. Your colleague makes some changes, make cow duck says meow. So they are different, okay, in different branches. So later, when you try to join them together and compare the difference, how can you describe these two cow duck? Because they are the same thing. They may be branched from the same cow duck, but now they are saying different things. So you have to say this cow duck A is different from this cow duck B because one says moo, the other says meow. So you have to have a way of distinguishing these two cow ducks, right? So version A and version B versus version B. So if you just use a triple, we may have a problem. So that's why we have to add an extra identifier. Instead of saying cow duck says moo, you can say cow duck says moo in my version. So the last information in my version is the quad, makes it a quad. So that's the extra information. 3 plus 1 is 4. So now we have 4 pieces of elements in this information. So the triple, and the last bit is a graph identifier. So that's in my version. So it will be cow duck says meow in your version. So they are different. So the last piece of information can distinguish them. And it makes it not just 3 elements, but 4 elements. So it's called quad. So as you may know, quad is related to the number 4. So that's why it's called quad. It's very straightforward, right? So now you can cross-reference different elements in different graphs or versions or pictures in this case. So that's about halfway through. So I will now dive into talking about how the graph data model and relational database model are different. So like I always says, relational database model, which is also SQL database, are a lot of 2D tables. So they have rows, which is rows, and columns. And usually there will be one column that is called a primary key, and there are also, it could be other keys as well. So it's the most common format is a CSV format, which is comma separated values. So it's just a plain text file. You can normally it's end with .csv, but it could be end with other things as well because it's just a plain text. So it's just value separated by commas. Nowadays, you can change it to be not commas, maybe a tab or a pipe operator, which is the vertical line. We just call them CSVs to make it simple. So the structure and order are very important because you will have row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are in orders. So sometimes you may care about their orders. Also, it involves a lot of joins. So in SQL, there's if you are a data scientist, then you know what I'm talking about. Sometimes very simple statistical calculation will require you to do a lot of aggregation and join it back to yourself. So a lot of joins. So CSV query could be very, very long because of that. So yeah, that's something I think most of you will be familiar with. A graph data is different. So knowledge graph consist of triples. So we can't just store data like, just, rows, columns. We will store them in a more complex structure that you can have things nested inside because it's not 2D anymore. You can have things inside things. So the most common format will be we call them RDF or XML format. So XML is extensible markup language. RDF is like the one I showed you before, relational data format. So TTL, turtle, sometimes called, is it's just names, trans RDF triple language. I rarely use, I just call it turtle, so I don't even know the name, so not very important. JSON LD is something that we have to pay attention. So JSON file, some of you may be familiar with, almost like a Python dictionary. So JSON LD just means that it's like a JSON format, but for linked data. Okay, so we would use JSON LD quite a lot in working with TerminusDB. So also, data is unstructured. So unstructured is not really means that there's no structure, but it's not like a table that it's their orders and stuff. Basically, when you work with dictionary is not ordered, right? So it's similar. Data does not have an order. It's just have relations with each other. Okay. So it does not matter if you say A first or B first, they are in the same picture. Okay, so the advantages for storing data in a knowledge graph is that I think I've already mentioned it before. You can have data with a very complex structure, a nested structure, and then but you can easily also find the relations between things. For example, if you query or want to find an answer about something, let's say you have family members, a family tree. So if you want to find who is your grandmother, who is your mother's mother, okay, then you have to maybe make a join because you want to find out who's your mother's mother, right? To find your grandmother. But in a knowledge graph, you can just say, oh, I have this me and this person, and the relations is that, we have a path relations of going from me to this person, which is my grandmother, is mother of another person, and this person is the mother of another person. So it doesn't need a join because it's already joined in the database. You just need to go through that path to find your grandmother. Okay. So you just need to traverse the graph without doing data manipulations like joining or aggregation. So that's quite good. So a schema is very important in this sense because if without a schema, it will go back to the data lake thing, which is a lot of data flowing inside a lake, but you don't know where to find them, right? So you need a schema. So in a family tree, what information is stored there. Relationship between people, but also maybe some extra information, the age, the gender. Gender is important. Otherwise, I don't know my parents who would be mother, who would be father, right? So that's quite important in this sense, only in this sense, of course. It's not in a sense of gender. In the broader terms, it would be not like that. Not only male and female and thing. But in a family tree, biological sense, yes, it's like this. So, yeah. So, so now since we have the document API, we will have we can just like. As said before, that we build a schema in Python by just defining classes. So in object-oriented programming, like JavaScript, and Python, who allows object-oriented programming, that's quite easy, right? Because a class can be inherited from another class and have all these different attributes. And so in Python, there are lots of base classes. So so now we are talking more about Python here. So you can inherit different class. So we have to know, so that's why when we do graph data modeling in TerminusDB, we have to know the base classes in TerminusDB, because every single thing are inherits from these. So they will have the same property. For example, a document class, we have the, all document class will share some same property that are all inherit from the document's base class. Okay, so that's the tricky bit, that objects are now calls of document. I will talk about that later. Actually now, an object. So it's quite a abstract name. It's just in object-oriented programming, everything is an object, right? In Python, where everything is an object. So what does it mean, an object in TerminusDB? So an object you can think of as a collection of informations. So typically, an object can have multiple properties. So that would be a collection of informations, right? You have. So each time you have object and a property, then it's a triple, right? So it's a collection of triples, an object basically. So you can have, so you can also have things that, link together. So there's two types of properties I will talk about later. So they could be just an integer or a string, so they're data type properties, or another object. So you can link the two objects together. Okay, so let's put it this way for now. So these are objects or calls of document. So why we rename them? Because just remember this for now, object will always be embedded. So that's why it's less confusing to call it subdocuments, because like documents, they are just documents, but they will always be embedded. So we would not use an ID to reference them. So documents are the same thing as object, but they would reference each other using an ID, so that they would not be embedded. So that's the only difference between object or subdocument and a document. That so subdocument will always be embedded, document will be referenced by ID. So what does it mean? You will see what it means in a bit. So imagine, and now we have, an example of that would be an address. So I like online shopping a lot, so I use Amazon. So in Amazon, you can store multiple address, right? Because I used to have an office, not now, but so I have my object address, I have my own address. So when I buy some stuff, it could be an equipment for the object. It could be I want to send it home to add in to my home studio. So for convenience, I store two addresses in Amazon, right? So in Amazon, let's say I have an address object called home and an address object called office under my account, okay? So when I buy something, and then let's say I buy a monitor, I want to send it to the office. So when I buy it, I can choose the address and all this stuff, right? So I tell Amazon, hey, this monitor, please send it to my home address, my office address. So Amazon will be, okay, got it. But the problem is that Amazon, of course, Amazon will give my address to the warehouse or the seller to send it to this address, right? But Amazon won't tell the factory, let's say, or the warehouse. Amazon won't tell the warehouse, oh, hey, please send the send this monitor to Cheuk's office, because the warehouse will be, where is it? I want the actual address. So what happened is that if an address is a subdocument, so whenever Amazon send this information to the warehouse, it will always embed the actual address, not a reference to, under Cheuk's accounts office. No, it's the street number, the street, which postcode, which city. So it would just print it out almost and then send it to the warehouse. So they got it. They don't care if it's my office or my home. They just know that this monitor is sent to this address. Okay. So this is how subdocuments can be useful in this sense. Okay, so some data you want to always embed them, so that's useful for subdocument. So let's move on to documents and see the difference. Documents is, I'm just looking at the time. Okay, so documents are just object. Well, you can think of it as object, but they won't be embedded. Okay, so they are just a thing, and they always have an ID, so others can reference to it. This also have an advantage because sometimes you can't always just embed it, all the information. An example would be, let's say Facebook. Okay, Facebook. Every user is well, I'm quite old, right? I'm using Facebook anyway. So Facebook, everybody understand. So I have an account with Facebook. Okay, so I'm Cheuk Ting Ho on Facebook. Okay, let's say, or Cherry Ho on Facebook. I have a user account. I have a user ID. So people can always find me using my ID. And then, for example, my friend, let's say my friend Thomas. Okay, so Thomas also got an ID. So why I don't always embed it myself inside things? Because think about it. This is Cherry, and then this is friend of Thomas, right? But Thomas also add me as friend. So Thomas, friend of Cherry. So we are very good friends, right? So Cherry, friends of Thomas, Thomas, friends of Cherry. If I ask, who are Cherry's friend? And who knows Cherry, let's say. So sometimes, if Thomas is friend of, Timmy, then, well, Thomas friends of Timmy, then maybe I know Timmy because, we'll have mutual friends, Thomas. But if I always embedded this will create a problem, not for Timmy because I have Cherry and then friends of Thomas. So Thomas, you will see that Thomas is friends of Timmy. That's not a problem. But the problem will occur if Cherry, friends of Thomas, and then Thomas, friends of Cherry, and then, Cherry is also friends of Thomas. It will never end, right? There's an endless loop. So that's not good. That's why sometimes it's good to reference things as an ID, because I don't care about, maybe the age or the pictures or like everything about Cherry, but only who is, build a network of friends, right? So then you can just like, Cherry and Thomas, that we are mutual friends. Okay, so it's a bi-directional relationship. So that would be useful if you just reference stuff by ID. Okay, so right. So in documents, we have a few default properties. So it's confusing why there's name here and name here. So what I would say to people who read this slides is that the name, so there's slash, so name, label, comment on the left-hand side, they are the O the old names, they are confusing. That's why we renamed them into ID, name, and description. The reason that we have this confusion is that in the past, for version 4.2 or before of TerminusDB, we strictly follow the semantic knowledge graph naming system. So that's how they call things: name, label, and comment. But we found that it's quite confusing for user because most people know them as ID, name, and description. So we changed the names now. So for version 10 or above, yes, version 10 or above, they are called ID, name, and description. So for today, you can forget about name, label, and comment. We would just use ID, name, and description. These here are just for your reference, okay? So ID, ID, as the name suggests, is a unique identifier. It's like a key in a SQL database. A name is just a more human readable names. It's, because sometimes ID it could be just a bunch of number because, for example, you have a lot of citizens, so each of them got an ID, then, well, it's people may have the same name, right? Or same birthday. So you may give them a unique number as an ID to avoid, confusion, but then it's not human readable. So you won't call someone by their number, right? So you would call them by their name. So name is okay to be repeated. It's, human readable, and you can even put emoji in it. Well, if you know Python 3 or above, you can use emoji, so that's okay. Description is the description of an object. It's you can have a longer description of describing this person, like a bio, or if you introduce your friend, then not just, oh, hey, this is my friend Thomas. You can also say, oh, Thomas is working in this company that they know about these or what they like. So your friend know a little bit about them, and then, what conversation they can have, oh, you can help me with my work. So they can start talking, right? So that will be description, a little bit more about this object. So these are all properties and their default. So enum is quite simple. It's just like enum in SQL. You can think of it as multiple choice. So you only accept this set of values, nothing else. It's not like a free text that you can enter anything. You have to choose from those. So it's quite common if you have a form that people filled in, like which country you live in, then there's a list of countries, right? So yeah, those kind of things. So properties, there's actually two types of properties. There's data property and object data type property, actually, and object properties. So there are some extra information here that I included, but it's not very crucial in what we are doing today. It's just extra information when you are working with other semantic graphs that this is how the semantic graph community talk about properties, is that property itself will have a domain and a range. So if you look at a triple, right, so it's object, and predicate. So a property is kind of in reverse, kind of. So if you put property in the middle, there's domain and range. So you look at it on the different sides. So a domain of a property is what class of it, and then the range would be what type of data it is. So for example, address. So if I have a contact number, so it's a number. So so I would be like, the property is contact number, and the domain will be the address, and the range will be a number. So that's that. But it's not very important. I won't explain too much today. You can look more into it if you're interested in semantic graph. So data property and object property, two types of property. That's what you need to know for now. Data property or data type property, it just means that this property, the range of this property is just integer, Boolean, all these built-in types in Python, basically. Some other extra stuff like datetime. You can also have like unsigned bytes, decimal range, all this stuff. It's quite complicated. Or they are called literal type property because they're just literals. They're just words, characters, integers, numbers. Which is in contrast to object property, that is another object that you define. So, or other documents that you define. So, like I said, so if I have a user is a document, and then there are different address, like in Amazon, then address could be a subdocument or object. Then, the saved address could be a object property. So account user, we have a saved address with this address, this address, this address. So, yeah. And how to represent data in a knowledge graph. So we'll do it by example. Because we have an example here, but this one I would use it in the demonstration as well. So I won't go too much into detail of talking about this right now. I think it's easier when I explain it while I'm doing the demo. But right now it's about an hour since I started. So I will skip over this and then go to the slides of how to install TerminusDB and how to play along or play later. So you have to get the Bootstrap, which is available on our GitHub. It's called TerminusDB. So TerminusDB Bootstrap, and then that would give you a script to download the Docker image of TerminusDB quite easily. That would be the latest version, which is the beta version, which is v10 or both. And then for Python client, you just need to do a pip install, TerminusDB client. Then you will have v10.0.13, if I remember correctly. So let's take a 5 minutes break. This time you can also ask questions. I will just quickly refill my water and then I'll be back. So I will just quickly run to my kitchen and grab some water and I'll be back. Okay.
Okay, so we'll be back at 11:03.好。
Okay, any questions? Yeah. Maybe I'll give a few more seconds. If there's no questions right now, you can also ask questions later in Gather Town as well.
Terry, can
Yes.
you hear me? And
Yes.
Slido has 2 questions. Do you have the
Okay.
link?
Slidos, give me a sec to open Slido.
Okay, there are 2 questions.
Okay, cool. What's the difference between TerminusDB and Neo4j? So, Neo4j is it's like the granddaddy, I would say, of open source graph database. So, in TerminusDB, we build stuff all with, because you can see the history is that we try to build stuff with triples. That's how semantic graph work. So we, at the beginning of developing TerminusDB, we straightly follow all these how the semantic knowledge graph work, right? So things are quite difficult to use at the beginning, but now since we have the document API, it will be much easier, as I will show you. So Neo4j is, I would say that they just have a graph database. They don't really use follow straightly of this semantic graph, kind of how semantic graph work. So I think most of the time you won't see the difference when you do data modeling, unless you go into something super complicated. Then you will see that, oh, maybe sometimes you can't do it in Neo4j or something. But Neo4j, their query language Cypher is also text-based. But you see TerminusDB, we will, the API would accept a JSON file, well, not JSON file, but a JSON. So JSON LD to be precise. So actually there's advantage of using JSON rather than text, because text, as all of you who use SQL knows, that is very subjected to injection and all this stuff. So yeah, that's, I would say that's the main difference. You can see most directly and immediately. But Neo4j, because it has a longer history, so they're more mature. I would say they have more functionalities that is already added in. TerminusDB is relatively new, but I think that it got more potentials in the future. So, but yeah, that's the main difference, I would say, for now. So we can also have the nested data structure with NoSQL. Yes, I really get what's the benefit of the graph database. So nested data structure, something like NoSQL is in Mongo is kind of it. Like it's like the difference between Neo4j and TerminusDB. Like it doesn't really. It's something that looks similar, but deep down, because of how it works, you can't really, for example, cross-referencing. So subdocument wise, you can maybe build similar things, like the Amazon thing won't have a problem, but the Facebook things may have a problem because you can't embed it, a circle inside. So yeah, so I would say that something like NoSQL could be a could do things, some of the things that you can do in TerminusDB, but not all of them. So it really depends on your use case. If you have a super complicated schema, like the one that my colleague is working on, which is a historical data, which all the data are from different sources, super complex, because all these civilizations are fighting with each other in different time in history, then you may need something that can handle more complex stuff like TerminusDB. So yeah, that's I hope that answers your questions. I would move forward from now so we can have a demonstration. So I guess yeah, so it's I guess of you all good, and then we will leave these closing at the end. So let's jump into the demo, or actually let me think. Yeah, I'll jump into the demo and then come back later. So I have some stuff here, but I want to start from scratch. So let me think. Okay, so this I don't need. Nope. Yeah, sorry about that. I just tested it yesterday to make sure that it works, and so I have to delete some of these stuff and start from scratch. So, okay, so right. So don't say. So this is my new project. So I only have two things in it: the CSV that I just showed you briefly in the slides. So this is all these employees. People basically, they have an ID. they have their name, they have their title. Oh, I hope it's not too small. Maybe I can zoom in. Let's see. Zoom in is better. So they have the name, they have the title, and which team they belong to, and who are their manager if there's any. Okay, like that. And the context. So actually, it's well, it may be nicer if I a second. It may be nicer if I show it in slides. So wait a second, maybe I'll come back here. Okay. So yeah, so this is easier to see because there's some missing data here. So this is the employee data. It describes the structure inside a company. And this is the contact data. You have the ID, the contact number, address, and postcode. Okay. So this is just an example. So there's only 4 people in this company. Maybe they are a startup, so they are very, very small. They all live in the UK as well, I think. But anyway, so first of all, we have to think about documents. So I think it's quite straightforward that we will make all these employee documents, and maybe the address of document, like what I've talked about before. So let's do that. Yeah, I would just jump into it here. Okay, so let's get that going. Oh. Yeah, so a lot of stuff here. Let me clear it up for you. Okay, so I'm in a new directory. I'm starting a new project. My Docker container is running. So I hope this is all big enough. I'll make it bigger. So my Docker container is running at this endpoint. Okay, so this localhost, the port is 6363. And then, so oops, not you. Sorry, I just deployed something a few days ago, not you. And then here, okay. So this is brand new now. So as you can see, there's only 2 CSVs and some catches that we will just ignore for our convenience. So in this environment, it's my development environment, but it's okay because the only thing is that I have TerminusDB installed, and also I need to have pandas. So if I do a pip list, which is a dangerous zone because I got so many things, but the only thing that you have to pay attention is to have TerminusDB client here. This one, not this one. Where is it? Here, TerminusDB client. So 10.0.12 or 13 actually should be. Why is it 12? Maybe it's not updated, that's why. But yeah, you should have 13, but they are more or less the same. I just patched small things a few days ago, but that's okay. Also pandas. Pandas, we love pandas. Where are pandas? PA, right? So pandas. The version doesn't matter too much. The most updated version will be good. So yeah, that's it. So I have those. So what am I going to do is, I should go back here to start a project. So I can use TerminusDB command. After you pip install TerminusDB, you have access to this command. If you're not sure, you can type help to see. So we have a lot of things. We can work with TerminusDB command. This command, I may rename it later. So, but just so you know that we have an extra CLI tool included if you have installed TerminusDB. So we can start a project just like Django. So I get the idea from Django, as you can see. TerminusDB start project. Okay. Okay, so I need to have a project name. So how should I call it? I'll just call it with the name of the, the directory here. So demo workshop new. Oh. Okay, where am I running the endpoint? So now I'm doing it locally, so I can just do it locally. But you can also use Terminus X, like I mentioned briefly, which I'll show you later. Another thing that I've done with Terminus X. So if you're using Terminus X, you can find all this information about the endpoint, login detail in there. Just use local for now. if you have your Docker container, it should be fine. So just press enter. And then you will have a config JSON and schema.py. So here, config JSON and schema.py. So this is how you connect to your endpoint. And then this is the example of a schema. Okay, so it's just an example. Yeah, so we are not using it today. So, but it will be useful in the future, because when you build your own schema, you may forget, oh, how do I inherit the document? So you do it like this. And then how do you document it, or what is a document? This all here explains it for you. So right now, I would cheat a little bit by having my other thing that is already done. I'll just copy it over, so I won't make any mistakes, because we don't have all days today. So if I make a mistake, it will be taking a long time. So I don't want that. So I will go back to, sorry about my messiness. I'm a very messy person, as you see. So I will just copy and paste here, and then I will explain. Okay, so this is what I could write for this phone book for awesome startup. This is what this database is. And then, so remember, we have 2 employees. They are the managers, so they created this file. They are very cool, because they are using TerminusDB. Okay, so they have. So you just need to do like this is Python typing. So yeah, so I won't explain too much. I just assume that you know Python. So to save time, so these are just things you inherit from typing. So you can use it later when you have attributes for different properties. You also have to import from the client, import these objects for building the schemas, right? Okay, so we have enum. The team is an enum, because in this company only got 2 teams. It can't be something else. So we only have marketing and IT. So they are all named marketing and information technology. Spelled it all out. Right. And address is a document, but it's a subdocument. So that's why I added here subdocument. So it doesn't matter what you put in here. Only thing matters is you have a subdocument attribute here. Then address will be a subdocument. So this one, we have address number, which is an integer, street, town, postcode. They are strings. Okay. Employee, these are the people. They will have name and title, and then there will be strings. Address will be an address object here. Okay. And then manager, it could be optional, means that someone may not have a manager, like the managers themselves. They will be employee if they have. And contact number is just a string, not a number, because it's not a good idea to store contact number in a number, actually, because the zeros will be gone. So you don't want that. Right. So that's this. Okay. Now, to put this schema that we have done here, beautiful schema, into the database. So what we have to do is to do a TerminusDB commit. It's like Git, right? Now it's like Git. So it's connected to the demo and then the database, and then it's updated. So how we can see if it's updated? Well, most of the time you can just trust it by looking at this. Because you just put all this in the database, so they should be the same. But if you don't trust me, you can do a TerminusDB or docs. So all of these can be seen in the help, so I won't spend too much time to explain. So if you type schema, or if you don't know how to use all docs, you can also do help. It will show you, but I know how to use it, so just type it. The schema will give you the schema back. The ODoc schema. So you see, oh, it's there, So it's in the JSON. This is the JSON LD. So this is what we sent to the backend, the database. So like I said, difference from Neo4j is that Cypher is a text-based, but TerminusDB is working with JSON LD, so they are in this format. Okay. So yes. Well, it's quite complicated to look at it, but I'm used to look at it, so I'm quite good at looking at them. But yeah, most of the time I would just not. So this is almost like for developers, right? So we just have a look. But that's fine. It means that we have the schema. And then if you're confused, just look at this, okay? Right. So now we have a schema. Now we have this CSV. What should we do? So for those of you who have really good vision, you will see that, oh, we have import and export CSV. That may be useful, but that's not what I'm going to show you now, because what I'm going to do is to use a Python script. Yay! So Python script, because for example, like the street, remember in the CSV. Yes, I have 5 minutes, I know. So in the streets, we have all these commas and spaces. So I want to marshal them. I want to do some cleaning, data cleaning before I insert it. So I'll just copy and paste and explain later. So working with the time here. Okay, so the workshop new, I need to have a new file. Insert data.py. Okay, and then put it here. Okay, so again, we have to import a lot of things. I don't have time to explain everything, but I'll just show you the basic concept is that I get the file and then I manage the file. And I just need to, because what I've done here, I have import this schema, right? I've import this. So I can just now create address object using all this data that I've get from the CSV and then put it in. So it become an actual address object itself, okay? So employee, same logic. I just read the CSV file and then make 4 employee objects, right? The problem is that, we have to link the manager back. So the advantage of using this employee object is that I can just call the employees dot manager, okay? So because it's just a Python object, you can just access the attribute by using this, and you can link them simply by this, or elegantly done with Python scripts. And then you just need to call the client. This is wrong because the other one I'm using Terminus X, so I should actually copy these back in here. Yep. So, no. I always got tripped up with the IDE. That's fine. It's called new now. And I don't have a team, so it's just different. I don't use the token. That's for Terminus X. I just need to do this. And then I just need to insert all this stuff that I have, all these objects that I put in the list. They are the list. Oh, no, actually, they are documents. Sorry, they are dictionaries that I've stored these objects. So I need to put these objects into the backend. So I call the values of the dictionary. They'll give me a list. Then I put it back. So this is not needed. Yeah, that was something weird. So now I have this, so I can do it with my Python. So Python insert data, the py, yes. So, it looks like nothing happened, but again, use the magic command here, or docs. You see that I have all these stuff. So these are all the employees. You can see that, for example, each employee will have an ID that is given to them. And also, you see that, can I spot it? Can I spot it? Can I spot it? There will be managers. So address also got an address object, but the difference is that if I found the manager, will be, so address you can see is embedded. So there's postcode, it's embedded in address here. But the managers, they will be just by the ID. So here, managers, they'll just be referenced by the employee ID. Okay. And yeah, so that's that. It's just the employee, it's just like that. Yeah. Yeah, so that's that. And okay. And then I think that's, is it the deadline? Okay. Oh, 1 more minute. I have a graceful minutes. Thank you. So what I'm gonna do now here, if I can go back to my presentation. So I think I don't have time to show you Terminus X, but so what you can do is the most important thing is to get this link, because the advantage of this link is that I will give you a badge that you can share on LinkedIn, share to all your friends or your colleagues how amazing you are, because you have done this workshop. Well done, you have done this. Also, I will give you all these slides if you fill in this form. So it's just Bitly and then workshop. Why is it 02? I don't know. I should be 03. But anyway, 1002 is the right address, I think. Let's see. Oh, it's not right. Oh, it should be why is it? Oh, okay. I know why. It's just a slice. Okay, can I copy this, please? Okay. Well, I know how to do it. It's just, yeah, if you, yeah, it's just the link is not what you see it is. So if you go here, yes. So if you type this in, not like me, just click on it, but type on it, then you will see, this is wrong. Sorry, I'll fix this in a bit. I can fix it live now. No, okay, give me like, use this link after 5 minutes, then I will fix it and it will work. And then you would be able to fill in the form, and then you would get all these awesome badges and also the notes. So yeah, I think that's it. I'm running out of time. I would fix the link in 5 minutes, but yeah, please, note down this link, and then you will be able to access the form. So that's it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Cherry. So the session comes to an end. Thanks for your listening. Cherry will transfer to the Mingle Lodge area in Gather Town. Please go there to have a talk with her if you have any other questions. The next session will start at 11:30. Now let's take a break.
大家好，欢迎各位来到这场议程。那提醒各位，我们每一场议程都有 HackMD 的笔记以及 Slido 的连接，你可以从 YouTube 的聊天室或是 Gather 的议程互动物件找到连接，并请大家多加利用。接下来的主题是吹直笛打电话，重现柯南名场景，由李玉勋主讲。如果你是在 Gather Town 参与这场议程，请你将麦克风关闭，谢谢。那么现在请大家和我一起欢迎我们的讲者。
各位 PyCon 的会众，大家好，我是李玉勋。今天我要分享的主题是我几年前就读成大应用数学所所执行的科技部科普计划里的一个小主题，叫吹直笛打电话。今天演讲的题目呢，我定为吹直笛打电话，重现柯南名场景，跟柯南又是一个什么样的关联呢？不知道大家有没有看过2008年的柯南电影版《战力的乐谱》？这里碍于版权，我就不放电影片段，大家有兴趣的可以去租来看。内容呢是关于柯南和一位女高音歌手被困在河中，河的对岸有一部电话，那是他们唯一可以向外求助的地方。然后柯南呢就用他的足球踢到对岸，然后打开了电话，并和这位女高音歌手用唱歌的方式成功拨打了110对外求救。在2018年呢，成大数学系举办了第一届的数学建模黑客松。这个活动是以营队的形式，带领的高中生完成数学建模的论文比赛。而在这个活动里面呢，我们设计了一个以遗迹探险为主题，然后呢，结合数学科普的密室逃脱。其中里面呢，最后一道谜题就是以柯南的这个片段为启发，也就是我们今天的主角。吹直笛打电话。接下来呢，我来跟各位简单介绍一下这道谜题会得到的提示以及题目，还有整个的谜题包装。叮咚，你有一封来自调查团的新讯息。到了这道关卡的时候，小队员们会收到一封来自调查团的通知，像是这样。你们似乎已经抵达出口附近，但是依然有碎石挡住去路。确认你们的位置后，调查团会用工具打通一条通路。不过因为目前遗迹构造不稳，不能随意开挖，只能等你们提供所在位置之后才能打通。因为遗迹内不稳，所有的行为都可能导致遗迹崩塌。不要大声呼叫、拍打。请用其他的方式设法通知调查团你们的所在位置。而小队员要怎么知道他们的所在位置呢？他们手上会收到一张定位资讯，显示着目前的位置以及跟出口的距离。小队员必须运用他们的数学知识来解开他们的所在位置，并且向外求救。好了，那他们该怎么向外求救呢？这时候等待小队员的还有一座电话亭。里面摆放了一部电话，拿起来就跟一般正常的电话一样，会嘟嘟嘟、嗡嗡的叫。但是键盘怎么按却没有任何反应，因为它的键盘已经坏掉了。那他们该怎么向外求救呢？他们可以像柯南一样，用唱歌的方式来对外求救。那基本上呢，就算你有绝对音感，这其实也不太可能达成。所以我们设计了一个比较简单的方式。就是直笛。这个直笛呢，直笛吹嘴是我们买现成的直笛，然后直笛管呢，是我们利用 3D 列印所列印出来的直笛。那这个直笛管呢，大家有学过国中理化的话，应该还会记得，频率呢，就是跟这个管子的长度是有关联的。直笛的长度，直笛管越长，它的频率吹出来的频率就会越低，声音就会越低。那直笛管越短的时候呢，它吹出来的频率就会越高。我们就利用这样的特性呢，以及搭配了一张表。这个表呢，搭配的就是刚刚直笛管就是搭配这个表呢所做出来的频率。那这个表呢是什么东西呢？这个表你会看到左手边是低频，上半部是高频。那 分别有一个低频跟高频呢，它们就会组出来像是1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9这样的一个数字。这个就是所谓的双音多频讯号。好，刚刚讲了嘛，就是双音多频讯号是有一个低频还有一个高频组合而成的组合讯号。那我们现在来听看看它们的声音是像是怎么样的。首先这个是低频，接下来这个是高频，它们组合起来的声音讯号呢，听起来像这样。这个呢，就是大家家庭电话按下去会发出来的声音，大家应该都很熟悉。好，所以我们今天的目标呢，就是玩家要用直笛吹出组合的声音讯号，像是这样。然后这部键盘坏掉的电话里面呢，就会藏着我们的麦克风还有树莓派。好，那问题来了，当我们接收到玩家的声音讯号，像是这样，那我们该怎么知道玩家吹的声音是代表哪一个低频以及哪一个高频呢？更进一步是说，我们要怎么知道玩家吹的声音是代表哪一个数字？这时候呢，我们就要利用一个数学工具，叫做傅立叶转换。傅立叶转换呢，它可以帮助我们将一个时间域的资料转换到频率域的一个数学工具。大家有兴趣想要知道背后的数学呢，可以上网去 Google 一下傅立叶转换，它相关的数学。那我们今天不会琢磨在这个题目上面，大家不用太担心。这个呢，是我现在讲话的声音即时的即时频谱。每一根长条呢，代表是不同频率的强度。那我现在因为讲话是人声嘛，所以人声呢，它就是在低频的部分会比较多一点，所以看到左半边它的频率就会比较强。然后呢，右上角是一个电话的小键盘，按下去会播出电话的键盘的声音。那我们来试看看，播放这个声音的时候，频谱会呈现如何呢？大家仔细观察哦，看会有什么特征。我再继续播放。好，大家观察到了吗？如果没有观察到也没有关系，我们打开我们的滑鼠游标来，大家看得更仔细。大家仔细观察一下游标的左边跟右边。好，再播放一次哦。大家可以看到游标的左边跟右边分别有一根长条会特别突出，这个呢就是双音多频里面呢低频还有高频主要频率出现的位置。好，接下来呢，我们的第一步就是要使用 Python 来进行即时的频率分析。我们来做出类似这个频谱的东西，但我们今天不会做资料视觉化，所以就是只有计算出这个频谱。我们今天要用到的套件呢，叫做这个 PyAudio。PyAudio 呢，它可以将我们的音效卡的讯号传送到 Python 的里面，对，可以做一个结合。所以首先呢，我们先 import 这个 PyAudio 这个套件。然后今天呢，我们会运用到 NumPy 一些计算的功能，所以我们顺便把 NumPy 一起 import 进来。然后第3行跟第4行呢，这一段呢，就是在 initial 我们的 PyAudio 这个套件。然后还有一些指定音效卡相关的资讯，像是音效卡要接收要什么样的格式啊，然后它的 channel 就是单声道或是双声道。今天是我们用电话来 demo， 所以电话呢是单声道，我们就设为1。然后取样频率呢，我们就设为声音CD 常见的标准，叫做44100赫兹。然后呢 ，input device index 呢，就是指定你的音效卡要用哪一个音效卡。然后 input 呢，就是我们的声音要输入，所以我们就设为 true。output 呢，就是监听，那我们今天不需要监听，我们就设为 false。然后 frames per buffer 呢，就是每一个 frames 里面会有多少个声音点数。那我们今天每一次处理呢，都是处理8000个点。好，我们就设为8192。然后因为傅立叶转换呢，通常在对于2的 n 次方会比较友善一点，所以呢，我们今天设为8192是这个原因。接下来我们就用 for 回圈来进行处理， 第一个呢是 AU buffer audio buffer 的部分，就是我们透过 PyAudio 从声音的 string 中把这个8192的这个点读出来，然后读出这个 buffer 之后呢，我们再用 NumPy 的 from buffer 这个函数呢，就可以把 buffer 转换成 audio 的一个 array。好 ，audio array 我们就可以清楚的眼睛就可以看得到这个数值是什么样的。然后这是一个时间域的资讯。接下来呢，我们透过 NumPy 里面的 FFT frequency， 它就可以自动呢将我们频谱的 S 轴所对应的频率给计算出来。然后 Spectrum Y 呢，就是我们要实际计算傅立叶转换之后它的每一个频率对应的能量。然后这时候呢，因为 FFT 出来，就是 FFT 指的就是快速的傅立叶转换，这是一个演算法。然后呢，它可以帮我们的 array 呢转换，因为我们 array 是一个实数的 array， 然后转换 FFT 转换出来呢，它就会变一个复数域的资料。然后复数域资料呢，我们再带一个绝对值，它就会变回实数域，我们就可以来比较它的能量的强度了。好，所以 Spectrum S 跟 Spectrum I 就是我们的频谱。那我们今天得到了即时的频谱之后呢，我们该怎么来找到我们的 peak？ 好，下一页就是我们的要寻找 peak 的 function。刚刚我的滑鼠的指标呢，游标就是放在大概1000赫兹的地方，比1000赫兹低的部分呢，就是我们的低频；比1000赫兹的高，就是定为我们的高频。以我们1000赫兹为分界线。然后我们分别呢以 index 频率1000呢为左边跟右边来寻找它能量最高的地方，那就是我们的双音多频的频率的所在位置。然后接下来呢，我们再透过 Spectrum X 来把它带入，我们就可以得到它低频还有高频的频率了。好，接下来呢，找到频率了之后，我们就要来进行双音多频的解码。首先呢 ，keypad 就是这个 array， 就是储存了我们电话小键盘上面所有的会出现的数字，还有英文字母。然后 row 跟 column 呢，就是它所对应的低频的频率，还有高频的频率。然后我们必须要找到目前我们输入的频率会是对应在哪一个低频跟高频的区间中。然后因为呢，傅立叶转换它是离散的，还有一些频率上的误差，而且我们今天的取样呢并不高，只有它频率可能不是很精准，所以我们留一个25赫兹的一个频率的误差。然后如果它找到对应的频率是符合这个双音多频的这个低频跟高频的，那它就会去寻找 keypad 里面的对应的数字。然后最后呢，我们再 return 出这个解码出这个它对应的数字跟对应的数字。好，接下来呢，我们来实际来解码看看。右上角呢，一样是我们刚刚使用的拨号小键盘。然后我们再拨号一次看看。好，大家可以看到左上角呢会出现，就是使用我们刚刚程式所侦测出来的双音多频编码，所以你看我正常讲话的时候，并不会刚好出现双音多频里面的频率，因为最主要的频率并不会刚好是双音多频的频率，只有在频率正确的情况下才能解码出来，像是这样。好，接下来呢，现在呢，我们已经介绍完整个软体的流程了，接下来我们来介绍硬体，还有整个游戏的设计流程。是所谓的硬体介绍还有控制。那我们的流程架构呢，首先就是玩家要透过2支以上的支笛同时吹奏这个组合的声音讯号，然后吹出来的声音讯号呢，会透过我们的 USB 音效卡还有树莓派来进行解码。然后我们的程式呢，在接收到一连串的正确密码之后呢，就会触动我们的继电器模组。这继电器模组呢，就可以来控制电控锁来打开密室的门。那首先呢，我们从电控锁来讲起。电控锁呢，常见的分为2种， 分别是阳极锁和阴极锁。阳极锁我们很常见，就是用在大楼的门禁上面有一个很大的磁铁吸住的这种，只要按一个按钮，那个门就会打开。它的原理呢，就是因为它是电磁铁，它通电之后，电磁铁就会牢牢的吸住那个磁铁。然后相反的，只要我们一断电，这个电磁铁就会失去磁力，然后门就会打开。然后阴极锁呢，正好相反，大家可以仔细看一下，上面有一个阴极锁呢，它扣住的门就是靠这个锁舌。它平常呢没有通电的时候，这个锁舌是不会缩进去的，所以就是它门呢就是会扣住。只有通电的时候，这个锁舌就会瞬间的缩进去，然后门就会打开。那今天呢，我们主要利用的是阳极锁，这个比较大家常见的。然后接下来呢，我们要来介绍的是继电器模组。继电器模组呢，里面有一个主要构成就是一个继电器，在这里这个蓝色的部分。然后呢，它可以帮助我们呢直接连接到继电器模组呢，好处就是它已经所有东西都已经模组化了，上面电阻啊什么东西你都不需要再处理，它就可以直接的接到我们的开发板上面。然后继电器模组呢，大概长成这个样子。它的接法呢，就是左边有3个接点，分别是讯号线，然后继电器的电源供应，还有继电器的地线。然后右手边呢，就是接我们的电器的部分，像这个可以接的110的交流电的电器啊，或是像我们今天要用的电控锁呢，它就是12V 的直流电，就接在我们右手边的部分。然后我们以那个高电位触发的继电器呢，来当做范例。就平常如果没有触动讯号的时候，它就是低电位，右边的长关接点跟共用接点就会形成一个回路，所以它的电就会永远是通的。然后长开接点跟共用接点是会呈现断路的状态。反之呢，当开发板送了一个高电位讯号给继电器的时候，那长关接点跟共用接点就会断开，它开关就会关上，就会断电。然后通路呢就会改接在长开接点跟共用接点这个地方。然后接下来呢是我们的组装示意图。一般常见的电控锁大概都是12伏特，所以右边呢就是接我们的电控锁，然后12伏特呢电源呢就是接我们的变压器，然后左边的继电器的左边呢就是接到我们的开发板，就是今天我们用树莓派来示范。然后继电器模组呢通常是5V 供电的比较多，所以我们就接在树莓派与 USB 共用的5V 电源角位上，然后并且连接我们的讯号到 GPIO 的角位，还有地线的地方。讯号线呢就是我们这条蓝色线。然后该怎么用 Python 来控制这个 GPIO 角位呢？来送这个讯号。我们这里用 PI-GPIO 来这个套件来做示范。首先呢，就是我们先 import 这个套件，然后接下来呢，我们设定我们继电器所连接到树莓派的 GPIO 角位是对应在23号。注意这个 GPIO 是树莓派的 GPIO 的代码，而不是它的实际的1到40的这个编号。然后接下来呢，我们要设定呢这个输出角位是 output 的状态，它才可以输出讯号。然后接下来呢，就是设定这个继电器，它对应的是0还有1，就是低电位跟高电位。因为刚刚我们示范的是用高电位来触发这个继电器，所以今天就是0的时候，继电器就不会有任何的动作。然后给它高电位呢，这个继电器就会切换讯号。然后接下来呢，我们来看看几张密室的照片。然后首先呢是这个呢是我们当时装潢出来的密室，然后右手边呢就是放着我们的这道最后的关卡，大家可以。然后接下来呢，我们来靠近看一下。 这桌上呢放的是最左边是一开始我念的调查团的通知，然后告诉他们必须要用电话来解题。然后右手边呢就是放着是双因多频的讯号这个表。然后桌上呢放的是我们的电话，还有很多的直笛管，然后以及最重要的酒精必须要消毒。这因为大家都会吹这个直笛吹嘴，但现在疫情期间这样非常的不建议。然后接下来呢，我们来拆开看一下这个电话长什么样子。这就是电话拆开的样子。里面的主角呢是有一个树莓派，然后还有 USB 音效卡，然后还有一片萤幕，它会显示玩家输入的密码是什么样的。然后呢，收音的部分我们就直接使用电话的话筒来连接到 USB 音效卡上，然后转接成 3.5， 然后接上去。然后呢，继电器就是透过电话线来连接设置于门的附近。好，我们再回去刚刚看一下现场的照片。大家可以看到这里有一个电话线，对，这个就是继电器的讯号线，然后就会延伸到门的附近，然后门的电源也设置在门的附近。好，这个就是大概整个组装起来的样子。然后这个呢是小队员实际解谜的过程的照片，可以看到他们2个人分工合作，然后一人拿一支直笛，同时吹奏这个双音多频的讯号。最后呢是实际解谜的 demo。首先呢是这个谜题的答案。透过呢毕氏定理，我们可以知道这是一个345三角形，以及提示呢距离出口85，所以我们可以知道答案是米68井午1。接下来呢，我们来示范由计划主持人还有我们的学生录制的解谜影片。首先呢，先拿起电话，就会听到这样的嘟嘟声。好，接下来他们要输入密码米68井午1。好，然后他们就成功解谜了，然后他们就可以逃脱成功。以上呢就是我今天所有的演讲内容。最后呢是 Q&A 时间，大家有兴趣的话可以提问。好，最后谢谢大家，我的演讲到这边结束，谢谢。
好，谢谢李玉勋带来的精彩演讲。那我们接下来就进入Q&A 时间。那大家可以看到在 Slido 上有2个问题，所以首先想请问玉勋的是，简报中即时的频谱响应很酷，就是连讲者在演讲的时候说的话都能够即时显示它的响应。那这是用什么方法或是什么软体来做到的？
就是这个简报是一个网站嘛，所以我就是大家可以连接到这个投影片的网址。然后呢，然后我是利用就是刚刚的那段 code， 就是可以做出我们的即时频谱，然后结合我们的 WebSocket， 就可以把那个即时的频谱资讯视觉化在我们的 Web 上面。对，大概流程是这样子的。对，
好，了解。那第2个问题就是说，刚刚有秀过，就是直笛由特定的3×3的频率9宫格组合而成。那这些直笛的频率是有选择过的吗？因为听起来真的跟家庭电话拨号所产生的声音没有两样。
对，就是那个7个直笛的直笛场馆是有设计过的，就是根据双音多频的频率，然后我们就是不断的调整，去利用3D 列印把它尽可能的还原那个双音多频原本的频率，这样。对，
了解。OK， 好。那因为Slido 的问题就是到这边，
好像还有第三个。
有吗？不好意思，我看一下哦。OK， 就是笛子就是在人在吹的那个的笛子，它是会换的吗？
因为当时还没有疫情，所以没有。我们有准备酒精消毒啦。对。
了解。
但现在
OK
疫情可能比较危险一点，对，还是要注意一下防疫。
好，了解。
好，
对。OK， 好，那因为QA 的环节就只有3个问题，那我们 QA 环节就到这边。那会后的话，讲者会到 Gather 上方的 Mingle Lounge 跟大家做互动。那再来的话是今天议程的中午休息时间。那下午的议程将会在下午1点钟开始，我们上半天的议程就到这边告一个段落。
大家好，欢迎大家来到这场议程。提醒各位会众，我们每一场议程都有 HackMD 笔记以及 Slido 连结，你可以从 YouTube 聊天室或者 Gather 的议程互动物件找到连结，请大家多利用。接下来的主题是 PEP634 Structure Pattern Matching 参上，你终究还是要用语言学来做 NLP 后，由 PeterWolf 主持，请大家跟我一起欢迎我们的讲者。
Hello， 各位参加 PyCon Taiwan 重启Taiwan的朋友，大家好，我是卓特语言科技的 PeterWolf。今天要跟大家分享的题目呢是 PEP634 Structural Pattern Matching 参上，你终究还是要用语言学来做 NLP 哦。那既然叫 Structural Pattern Matching 呢，所以我们第一个要解决的问题就是什么是 Structure 咯。在稍后的这个内容中会跟大家分享到什么是自然语言的结构，什么是程式语言结构，以及它们之间的高度相似性。那第二个部分呢，则是既然有了结构，我们就可以解析结构想要传达的意义是什么东西。这个东西我们叫它 intent， 就是意图。在写程式的时候呢，事实上也是希望透过你的程式码来转达一个你在心里面想好的意图，然后变成电脑可以执行的一组逻辑。程式语言的意图跟自然语言的意图，其实在计算的方法上也是一模一样的。那最后呢，我们有了 structure 的背景知识，有了意图的背景知识之后，我们就可以来看看说 structural pattern matching 它是怎么运作的。我们也会拿来这个跟自然语言的一个 NLP 系统来去做比较，来看看说两者之间的关系其实是非常非常的密切，而且几乎整个运作的机制是一模一样的。第一个我们一旦可以掌握了结构之后，我们就可以以简驭繁，这也是为什么结构是这么重要的一件事情。这边讲到以简驭繁，并不是前阵子讲的那个用简体字来取代繁体字，就只要维护一份文件就好了的问题那以简驭繁的意思呢，是说我只要有一组很简单的这个语法逻辑，它的运算顺序，它的这个 pattern 的话呢，我就可以来去处理各式各样不同写法的程式码。比方说，大家看到这个地方这个表象，就是一个很简单的一个 C 程式。那有一个 main 方法，它最后会 return 一个2，那这个2是一个整数型，所以前面会有一个 integer。电脑去了解知道说你到底写这个要干嘛的话呢，事实上电脑它在内部必须要有一组理解这个东西的结构，所以把它结构化之后的第一步呢，就是说我先把它像做 NLP 一样断词，把它每一个词汇给切开来，那就知道第一个词汇是 int，int 就告诉我说这整个后面的东西最后 return 的那个值是什么样的一个 type， 然后在第二个位置呢放的是说我叫什么名字，所以这支方群叫做 man。然后如果有左刮，我就要去找右刮，我们是成双成对出现的。如果有左边的倒刮弧，我要找右边的倒刮弧，是成双成对出现的。那 return 是我们的一个关键字。好，光是这样还不够。事实上，这不是结构，这只是把它压平的展开来而已。真正的结构其实是下面这一行。像这里我们是用正规表示式来呈现的，这个 integer， 然后 man， 然后中间的这个样子到 return 到一个数字。这么一来呢，今天我 return 2、3、4、5或者是各样各样的数字，我都可以被这样的一个结构来去解释。这就是说我有一个简单的结构，就可以去不管你换什么数字，我都可以吃。那这边是一个正规表示式，所以它事实上是可以运作的哦。比方说，我就把它全部存起来，放到这个expression 的解释的这个网页，然后呢，我再把我们这边的程式码也把它复制起来，贴到这边来的话，就可以发现，的确这样子的一个 pattern， 这就可以来诠释这个问题。所以这里不管我写的是2啊、20啊，它都一样是抓得到。2021的话，它也是抓得到。我们也可以透过一个简单的结构就来处理你要 return 的东西，不管是整数型也好，或者是一个自串型也好。所以这个结构本身并没有太大的变化。那注意到前面这里，我们本来只有一个 integer 的 type， 我们多了一个 str 的 type。在后面我们会看到，事实上在这个structural pattern matching 的 grammar 里面呢，它把它所有可能的 type 都列在一个地方，来去一一告诉我们要检查什么东西。那么一旦我们知道它这里可以放什么 type 的时候呢，我们的程式就可以变得可以写得很复杂，也没有关系。我们知道第一个位置放的就是 type， 第二个地方可以放你要程式要叫什么名字的各式各样的这个名称。那这里呢可以放的是各式各样的关键字，然后还有你的程式的一些变数内容。最后的话是我们是前面是 integer 的话，后面就是其他的各种数字。那这个地方虽然我们是用 C 语言来做示范，但是我们可以看到这边附上的连结，它也有讲到，如果你是用这个 Python 的话呢，其实做法也是一样的。把它 tokenize 之后 ，if 啊左刮弧，它这个 open 的一个 parenthesis， 然后它去找另外 close parenthesis， 然后把它凑成一对， 在这两个中间的东西就是所谓的你的内容了。好，那左边的这一排呢，左边这一排东西就是我们上面留出来的你做好的断词。那下面这一排呢，我们讲结构的地方呢，才是真正的看到这边被框起来的 keyword、open parameter、identify， 然后再是 operator、identifier、close parameter， 然后再是 keyword。OK， 右边这排东西才是真正要呈现的是结构。那程式语言是如此，事实上自然语言也是一模一样的。比方说，我们可以看到这边有一个表象，我买了一把很吵的键盘。那绝大部分人一看，断词这个我会，很多断词工具都有嘛，对不对？就直接把它变成了我买了一把很吵的键盘。这样断词就做完了吗？可是我们刚刚说了，这里面有结构啊，绝大部分的断词工具只做到这个地方是不够的，没有办法去做语义的计算啊，没有办法知道你的意图是什么东西。所以对我们来说呢，我们就使用了 article 或是 loci 来真正找到它的结构是什么样子。所以它的结构是长这样子的。这一位置是一个 pronoun， 然后再放一个动词，再来有一个 special marker， 就是表示它是时态的标记，然后有一个 classifier 是用来表示名词的分类。那这个很的是一个 degree head 表示说我后面的跟这个形容词或是副词一定是有程度的那一种。然后再有一个 function word， 再来是一个名词。借由掌握这个结构呢，就不是上面这排字哦，我们掌握是要这个结构。借由这个结构呢，我们就可以去处理各式各样不同的句子。像你可以在第一位置把那个 pronoun 换成你、我、他、爸爸妈妈、哥哥姐姐这些东西。那动词啊、买啊、卖啊、看见、听见，各式各样的动作。然后呢，这个吵的话呢，可以有吵啊、安静啊、轻啊、费力，只要是可以跟很 compatible 的事情都可以。那键盘当然可以换成各式各样的名词了。这么一来的话呢，只要有这一个结构，我们就可以去抓下面各式各样的句子，都是被这个结构来描述的。这就是我们刚刚讲的以简驭繁。那我们既然有了结构之外呢，表示说我们可以来为程式语言写编译器或是直译器。靠什么东西呢？就是靠这里面的这个结构。有这个结构之后呢，我们就知道说某些位置是要去跟某些东西去做 license 的检查。比方说第一个位置你跟我说是一个 integer 的一个 type 的话呢，我就去检查说那你最后的出来的东西是不是真的是一个 integer type。那以自然语言来讲的话呢，你出现了一个 special marker 的话，表示我前面应该有一个动作吧。那你出现一把这样子的一个 classifier 的话，就表示说我后面应该有跟它是 compatible 的名词。那我刚刚也提到了是说，如果这个字出现的时候，后面一定会有一个跟它是 compatible 的一个形容词或是副词。所以呢，我们刚刚看到的是说，不管在做的是自然语言，还是在做这个程式语言，你处理的流程是一样的，你一样都要先断词，然后找到它的结构是什么东西。那再来是我们在这一页想要分享的东西是，不管是程式语言还是自然语言，它的内部运作机制也是一样的。你一旦有了结构之后呢，在这个结构之上运作的东西、检查东西也是一样的，你要去做这种 licensing 的事情。那这件事情在程式的内部是怎么做的呢？以 Python 来说的话呢，它在内部有一个叫 ASD.py 的一支程式。OK， 那这个模组做的事情是让每一个 Python 的程式，它可以去依照顺序把你写进来的程式码的这个结构去跑一次，是不是他认识的？如果不认识的话，它就会 raise 个 error， 就是 syntax error。你写出来的这个结构我不认识，所以应该不是 Python 可以去执行的程式。那 before 3.10 以前的这个结构大家都长这个地方，我们可以来看一下下。OK， 像这边的话，就是 ASD 它是 abstract syntax trees， 像那里面就是跟大家讲说，我在各个不同的 module 里面我是怎么去处理。比方说，我们就一个最简单的 if 这个来看好了。如果要去处理的话 if 的话呢，那我的结构就是第一个，我这边有一个 expression。然后要做一个 expression 的 test， 看它是不是真值，真的还是假的。然后呢，我们知道它是真的还是假的话呢，就可以做下面这个一个 statement 的 body。OK， 要不然的话，我就做另外一个 statement， 它是 or else 的情况。好，那这么一来，我们就知道说这个就是 if 的结构。那结构这个东西呢，不是只有自然语言有，或者是程式语言有。事实上，数学从语言角度看的话，它也是一种语言。当然我知道很多这个数学专家会觉得说不是啦，语言才是数学。好，那我认为这是一体两面，从不同角度看而已。有人觉得语言是一种数学，有人觉得数学是一种语言。我们今天要讨论是语言，所以我们就把数学先当作语言来去解析它。今天如果有一个这样子的一个 equation 7等于1加2乘3，好，那你看完这个式子之后就知道说，其实这个数字任意的话，你都知道你怎么去计算它。为什么呢？不是因为你曾经看过这一条 式子，你曾经背过这个答案。原因是因为你已经知道说这个式子这样写，事实上可以解析成这样子的结构，而这个结构你是理解的。这个结构怎么理解呢？你就理解成这个地方有 argument 1， 它就等于 argument 2加上 argument 3乘以4，然后呢，它的结构就会长下面这个样子。结构长下面这个样子的话，你也知道说这样看起来的话，我们从下面这里开始看，这个地方3跟4你要先做乘法，乘法除完了之后呢，这个数值要跟这个 argument 2做加法，做完以后呢，就会把答案传给 argument 1。那这么一来，我就可以知道 argument 1的位置就是7。好，这是数学。那对程式语言也是一样的啊，像我们这边刚刚看过的这个 if else 的这样的一个式子的话，如果有个 x 的话，那 x 是我们要去 test 的对象，我们就做 b。如果说 x 不是 true 的话，那我们就去做 c。那我们跟刚刚做的一样，先把它做像断词一样的处理，把里面的词汇通通抽出来的话，就知道说这个东西事实上最后是要有一个 a， 就是告诉我到底要做什么嘛。好，然后我们要测试的对象是 x。如果 x 是 pass 的话，就是它是 true 的话呢，那我们就做 b， 要不然的话我们就会去做 c。所以最后这个 A 就得到说我这个 if else 的 block 到底要做什么事情的答案就出来了。那计算的原理呢，计算的过程就是因为我们有这个结构，所以我们可以去描述我们计算的过程是什么东西。那再来看到自然语言是这个样子，我买了一把很吵的键盘，然后我们就把它先做一下断词，得到我买了一把很吵的键盘。然后呢就开始做下面的事情吗？不是，这做不到。为什么？因为这里没有呈现结构，你只做到这个程度是没办法做语义的计算的。但是我们现在可以看到很多的这个人工智能的一些方法啊，就是完全不管结构，那就企图想要去借由一个一个的这个 character 来去算出来语义。这我不敢说是完全 impossible 啦，对，但是我觉得它是 very difficult， 应该是非常非常困难的。所以我们真正要去处理这个 token 的时候呢，我们要看到的结果是这样的样子，连结构一起标出来，所以这个东西才是一个 token， 这个东西才是一个 token， 而我们真正要拿的是下面这一串的结构，而不是上面那串字而已。好，那有这个东西以后呢，我们接下来又有个把它的 syntax 把它分析一下，就像有个脑中有个 AST 的点派一样，然后可以做出这样的东西来。你会去检查一下这个很跟这个吵到底是不是 compatible 的。compatible 的话呢，这么我们才能够离开这个节点出去，很吵的可以来描述键盘。那再来一把跟这个键盘是不是就是 compatible 的呢？因为我要检查是你最后面的那个 n 嘛，所以一把跟键盘是 compatible 的。OK， 那我们可以找到这个 NP 的位置。再来这个东西买了需不需要一个受词呢？如果买了需要一个受词的话，那我跟你是 compatible 的，我们可以找到这个 VP 的位置。如果我们今天换一个动词他睡了。他睡了后面就不用受词嘛，他睡了后面就不用受词，所以你不用受词的话，你这边硬摆一个受词就变成另外的意思了。他睡了一把键盘，好奇怪的事哈。OK， 那这个地方的话就是这样，你这里有个 VP 的，那跟我可不可以 compatible 呢？可以，我们可以做这件事情，所以我们就会变成一个 sentence， 这整个句子的意义就可以从底层这样一路算上来。假如中间有地方不对的话，那这边算不出意义来。中间的每个地方都过的话呢，我就可以算出这个句子到底是什么意思。而且我靠的不是这些字，我靠的是这个结构，就是你这边用这个英文符号标出来这个结构。我们靠这个结构就可以算出来所有跟这个我买了一把很巧的键盘一样结构的任何句子。像爸爸买了一组很吵的耳机，或是姐姐买了一组很烂的耳机。像这样子的话，我们实际上都可以用同个结构来去计算它的意义。所以呢，数学是这么计算的，程式语言是这么计算的，自然语言也是这么计算的。不管你在算什么东西，只要你要做的是这种精细的语义的计算，那么你的流程事实上都是一样的。为什么用结构呢？因为结构里面隐含了大量的推论资讯，一旦你忽略了结构，就表示你这个模型绝对没有办法去做推论的。所以推论也是现在做 machine learning 的一个硬伤，就是你很难去告诉人家说我这个 machine learning 出来的模型是可以做推论的。那个推论的话也会变成是好像是某种高维的这种推论，而不是我们平常讲的那种逻辑因果关系的推论。用句型辨识语义，比方说我们这3个例子，我会用 x 去建立 y， 我们透过 x 去验证 y， 我会利用 x 去实作 y。这样3个这个句子的话呢，你都会发现说这个结构里面好像这个 X 就是某种工具或是技术，比方说我会使用 Python 来建立网站， 我们透过 OAuth 来验证身份，或是我会利用 Django 来实作一个网站。像这样的东西，你就知道说，这个 X 的位置呢，放的应该是某种工具或是某种技术，而这个 Y 的位置呢，这个 Entity 2的位置，你放的应该是某种成品吧。在自然语里面，只要你有结构，你就可以去做这种推论。同样的，在程式语里面也是。所以你看到一个 for v in variable one， 或者是 if length variable one 大于87的话呢，你就可以做推论。这不是你推论啊，是那种直译器或者 compiler 在做推论。推论什么呢？就是这个 variable 一定是一个某种 iterable 的物件，而且它可以算长度。如果你今天在这个地方放的是一个 non iterable 的物件，或是它没有长度的东西的话呢，它就给你报 error 了。所以你能这样子放，就表示说，我应该知道说它可以做这件事情，所以我就去 test 它一下，看它可不可以。好，所以掌握了结构作为特征，我们就可以来计算语言的语义。而现在许多 machine learning 的这一个 approach 呢，也就是因为它没有掌握结构做特征，没有掌握结构做特征，所以它会 lost 掉很多的推论的资讯。那我们开始写程式吧。写程式的时候呢，事实上我们大家看到的东西就是，我们心里面有一段这个是自然语言的那个内容，可能你的 PM 或是你的那个架构师跟你说，我要有一个叫 +1 的一个函式，他把它导入函数、整数、值加1，然后回传。如果导入的值不是整数，就发现性别错误。所以你的脑子里面呢，去理解了这个你的长官或是你的 PM 告诉你的客户要什么东西以后，事实上你是靠着这个自然语言的这个结构去理解他在讲什么。好，你理解他讲什么之后呢，你会把这个东西翻译成程式语言。那程式语言自然也是依照这样子的这个结构的去计算，然后就把它变成一个机器码。这么一来呢，你收到自然语言的指示，跟你写出来的程式码两边就会是意图一致的。我这边写出来这两行只是延续上面使用的这个示意图哈，所以它不是真的是上面这个的结构。那我们把这东西叫结构嘛，对不对？事实上它是有一个比较专业一点的名字的，在这个 PP634 里面，其实可以看到说，它就直接叫它叫做 grammar。OK， 它这个 full grammar 就告诉他说，我这边有个东西哈，我要去 match the statement， 然后再来是第二个位置会放一个冒号，然后呢这边我要 match 的那个东西。然后呢，接下来我会有一个下一行，然后再来 indent， 然后再来这边是 case 的 block， 然后 case block 放什么东西 ？case block 就是放这个 case 里面的某个 pattern， 就是我刚刚讲的，结构又冒出来了。好，然后到这个 guard 还可以放个 if 在这个地方，用 if 的一些像做 filter 的方式来去写，然后这是一个 case 的 block。所以这边就告诉我说，我今天要写 structure pattern matching 的时候，我的结构大概是怎么样子去跑的。好，那我们到现在为止已经有了结构的知识，也有了我们透过结构怎么去计算意图的知识。我们现在看一下程式码长什么样子吧。好，那这边是那个 PyCon 3.0 的 structure pattern matching 的一个示范程式。程式的内容可以在这个我们 GitHub 的这里面找到。那除了这个 structure pattern matching 的示范程式之外呢，等一下我们也会看到另外一个是自然语言的这个示范程式，也同样的在这个网址里面。你就可以去下载来玩玩看。那这 structure pattern matching 呢，我们刚刚讲过了，你要去做某一个程式的这个设计的时候呢，你心里面是先有一个意图，而这个意图是有一个自然语言里面可以描述出来的。所以呢，我们等一下做的这个自然语言描述长这个样子，有个收银员，他的 cashier， 他可以接受这个现金的纸钞就是100元这样子的一个字串。那他也可以接受这个客人呢用这个零钱支付。用零钱和硬币去支付，支付的时候，他就会把这个每个零钱摊开来看看说这个总和是不是对的。那再来的话是这个刷卡支付，刷卡支付的话呢，我们有个 credit card 是一个物件，完全是物件导向的这种做法。好，那我们希望这个程式呢，可以依据这个3种不同的支付方式来去做回应。OK， 这个是我们的 setting。那开始写 code 的时候呢，我们就真的设计这个cashier了。cashier 他会拿到一个 input， 他 input 他讲说总共87元，你打算用什么样的货币组合来支付呢？然后呢，这个人输入的这个句子呢，就会被放在这个 PayMetheus 里面。那 PayMetheus 它就是一个字串型，所以我们先检查一看，他付的是信用卡吗？那如果说他讲是我要刷卡，或者是刷卡支付或者是刷卡、信用卡这些的话呢，这个 PayMetheus 就会在这里变成一个 credit card 的物件。那 credit card 这个物件呢，是放在上面这个地方。由于一开始它的定义的时候，它的这个余额可以用的刷卡余额只有50块钱，所以明显是不够的嘛。所以在这里呢，我就先让这个物件说，的 owner 是 Peter， 就是我啦。 OK， 我有这张卡片，然后呢，我就打给银行，跟他说，麻烦你，我要再加个30块钱。好，加个30块钱的这个刷卡的 allowance 之后呢，那我的 credit 变80。好，80想必还是不够的嘛，因为我们要事实上要付87，所以我们等下就看到不够的话，就会讲那个余额不足这一句就冒出来了。那第二种呢，就是说我们要付的是这个零钱的硬币支付，那我给他的是一个 list。这个 list 因为我们在 payment 这边收到的东西仍然是一个字串，所以我们要把这个字串呢，把它一个切开来，然后把它用 integer 转型成一个list of integer 之后呢，再放到这个 payment 里面去。所以如果我们是用这个 list of integer 的方式来去做回复的话，这个 payment 这个 PyMetheus 在这个地方就变成是一个 list。如果它既不是这个信用卡刷卡，也不是这个零钱支付的话呢，我们就把那个句子试试看，说它是不是一个完整的字串，就是100元那个字串。好，那收到的这个钱呢，就丢给这个 payment processor 去处理。payment processor 这支方程做什么事情呢？它就来比对你的 PyMetheus， 你到底用什么方式付？开始比对了，比对有没有？这个 structure pattern matching 就是比对。好，这个 payment 收到以后呢，我就来 match 一下这个 payment 你是怎么付的啊？如果这个 payment 呢就是这个100元这样的一个字串的话呢，我就直接说那我找你13元，我就找你13元，就结束了。OK， 那第二个呢，如果说我们今天这个 PyMetheus 它事实上是一个 list of integer 的时候呢，它就在这里不会对到，它会进到这个地方来去对。你的 payment 进来嘛，它应该长这个样子，它如果长这个样子的话呢，我就可以收。我可以收，收到的话呢，我就会把它去做这个 payment 的，把它上码起来，然后告诉他说我收你多少的零钱这样子，好，就结束。那如果说既不是这个100元来支付，也不是一个零钱支付，他直接拿出一张卡片来，对不对？很秋的拿出一张卡片来，结果卡片这个 PayMetheus 呢就变成了是信用卡的一个物件，传给 payment processor。payment processor 收到了以后呢，会跑，这个不算，没有对到，这个不算，没有对到。对到这里了 ，case credit card，OK， 所以这个东西是有 credit card， 所以 payment 是有 credit card。payment 是有 credit card 的情况之下呢，我就好，我收你信用卡，请稍待，然后去 access 说 payment 的 balance 是不是大于等于87块？那原本余额是50嘛，然后我加了30之后只有80，所以呢，这个是小于87，它就会跑出这个先生的余额不足哦。可以注意到这3行地方这个 case。在没有这个 structure pattern matching 的这个年代，我们讲年代就是现代了现在，那现在这个时候呢，其实我们做这件事情就会去做很多的这种 instance 的测试。我们去测试一下说这个 if payment， 然后就看到它是 is instance， 然后 str， 然后这个 payment 等于什么100元，我得做2层的 if else， 我才能够去跑这个找你13元。那这里的话也是要至少先跑一个 is instance。is instance 之后呢，因为我需要它里面的值都一样嘛，所以我要取它的 length， 你的 length 是不是跟我一样长，我才能做这个地方。然后呢，最后还要上报起来。OK， 老报你的确是一个 list 没有错，可是里面放了一个字串哇，那没办法，因为我要放的是这个 integer 才可以跑嘛。对，那我要做很多的这个检查之后，才能够做这件事情。所以从 list 的角度来看的话，你就它能省掉的这个工就更多了。但是这个省掉的工省到哪里去了？就是省到我们拿到了结构，我们一旦取得了这一个 expression 的这个结构，这个 statement 的这个结构的话，事实上我们就可以去把它做计算，就不用在这个表层这里中写出来，背后就把它计算掉了。第三，在 credit card 这里也是，我们一旦知道是 credit card 的时候，我就直接 access 你 credit card 里面有哪一些方法，或是有哪一些 attribute 就好了。那我甚至就不用去把你的这个其他的 type 的 test 都写在这个地方。好，那我们一起来看一下这个程式是怎么让的。现在还没有什么 Python 这个 3.10 compatible 的 IDE 所以我这边用的是Win IDE 的 Personal 版本，它现在已经可以用 Python 3.10 了。那这个程式码就是长这个样子，跟刚刚我们看到的内容是一样的。好，字稍微看大一点。好，那我们就开始放了。执行下去的时候，他先问说：“总共87元，打算用什么样的货币组合来支付呢？”我这边就先打100元，100元下去的话，他可能就会你要找你13元。这个找你13元从哪里来的？就是从这里来的，100元找你13元。好， 那如果说我还想要有更多的这个可能性的话呢，我试试看，我打这样子100元可不可以？那就不行嘛，因为它都认不到，对，都认不到都不知道怎么办，所以我们可以在这个地方再给它多一个，告诉它，除了那个100元之外，它也可以是100元，然后多个 or。那这么一来的话呢，这个程式它就可以13元，所以这里你可以把所有可能性通通列出来，它就是一个一个的这个structure pattern。我们不只讲 pattern 因为只讲 pattern 比较像是 expression 那种 pattern， 它是这一个一个的 structure pattern 下去比是不是长这个样子？如果长这个样子的话呢，我就来回它这个内容。那乍看之下很像是那种 keyword but 但是这只是一个极为简化的版本。你如果只是拿来做 keyword but 的话，就真是太浪费这个 structure pattern matching 的 power 了。对，所以总共87元，打算用什么样的货币组合来支付呢？我们来试试看，用 list 的方式来去 run。OK， 用 list 方式的话，我就拿了一个50块钱的硬币，然后因为87嘛，所以我就10块、10块、10块，这样就80了。然后再一个5块，再2个1块。这么一来我就87块，87块的时候它就可以收到我零钱，总共87块。这个87块呢，就是这个 payment 这边进来的，所以它去一对这个地方，你 type 就跟我们不一样了，所以我就不去对你这个其他内容了。那对了，type 是一样的，然后呢，我们再看看我们的内容是不是长度也是一样的，然后呢，我的内容里面的这个 type 是不是也是跟你是一样的，一路对下去的都一样值也都一样的话呢，我就可以说我把这个东西放到这里面来。只要值不一样的话，这里就不是这样子了所以我们可以再试试看。如果说我今天做了一个不同的值，比方说我是50，然后10，然后5，然后2块钱好了 ，OK， 它就对不到这个 list， 好，这对不到，这对不到，就跑这里去了。我在这里是没有写 wildcard， 这里没写 wildcard， 它跑到最后面去了 ，OK。那再来的话呢，就是我们想试试看信用卡咯 OK， 试试看信用卡。所以呢，我们再 run 一次。这一次的信用卡呢，我就会直接跟他说我要用信用卡付。OK， 然后因为信用卡我报这个地方的时候呢，这个虽然 owner 是 Peter， 但是我的这个我只有80块钱是不够的，所以80块不够的情况之下进到这里来，他就发现小于87。就跑这个地方先生的余额不足哦，好，然后把这个30改成50好了，这么来我就100块嘛，好，100块的话呢，这次我试试看，我用信用卡，我输入的是刷卡 ，OK， 它就可以使用信用卡朝代，然后就签名就过了，好，或者是说比较现代化应该是感应在这里，好，就不是签名，申请信用卡感应在这里，或者是就过了。因为我在这个地方加了50块钱，所以它就可以 access 到的是这个 object， 然后把它的那个内容通通调整过之后，直接去问说，那我这个 object 你的 balance 现在是多少？那50加50说100大于87，所以他就直接叫我签名。签什么呢？就直接签这个 object 跟 owner。owner 在什么时候设定的？在这个我掏出卡片的时候，卡片上面写的就是 Peter 这个名字。好，所以我们就可以做出这样子简单的。就是这样，得到小小的几行，事实上背后就做了很多很多的事情。好，那做了很多的这个 structure 的这个比对，然后做了 type 的比对。那这个就是 structure pattern matching 的用法。那刚刚还有讲到一个 wildcard 稍微秀一下下，它还有东西 wildcard 就是直接写这个样子，就是如果以上都对不到的话，就这么做。OK， 但是 wildcard 它有个限制wildcard 的限制就是说，它不能放在这个object 后面，所以你要放 object 的话，你就不能 wildcard。如果你要放 wildcard 的话，就不能 object。我这边就把这一段先给注解掉。好，这么一来的话呢，我不要去输入100元，我不要去输入这个零钱，我就直接跟他说刷卡。OK， 刷卡的话它一样，因为这个都对不到嘛，所以它就当做是一张预设的这种支付方式，也就是刷卡这一种，就这里到了。相对的，如果说我把 wildcard， 我把 wildcard 放在这个后面的话，就是放在 object 后面的话，是对不到东西的，它会出 error， 所以甚至做不到 crit， 所以真的是死掉了。那我在这个地方我就直接打我是 wildcard 好。就直接报错了，就是说，你 wildcard 不能放在这 object 后面，这个是因为它在检查的时候有一些记忆体操作上的限制。以上就是跟各位介绍一下说，我们在做这个 structure pattern matching 的时候，它在背后做了什么事情。那我们刚刚看过程式码，对不对？所以呢，也做了一些测试的实验。然后它背后做的事情就是先检查你那个 type 是不是跟我是一致的，然后这个 type 是不是有些 method 可以用，那你有没有用到它？再来是你的 element 的长度是不是跟我是一致的？如果你的长度跟我不一样的话 ，type 一样，然后 type method 也是对的，因为我们有那个 type 一样的嘛。element 长度不一样的话，那你就 pass 过去了。而长度对了，如果说里面某一个 element 的那个长度 type 不一样的话呢，那也就 pass 过去了。OK， 它会这样一路这样走下去。所以虽然只看到这短短的一句话，它背后其实做了很多很多的事情，做了很多很多的事情。这就有点像什么呢？自然语言。人讲话的时候也是，其实你只是少少的讲一个100元啊，刷卡、信用卡，或者一个50元硬币、3个10元硬币、一个5元硬币和2个1元硬币，你只是表面上这样讲而已。为什么对方就知道说你要用什么方式支付呢？或是你支付的方式是不是足额的呢？原因是因为人的脑袋里面其实做了很多很多的 type checking 啊，还有 structure 的运算。好，那我在这边呢会利用的这个 Loki 这个 NLU 系统来去计算一次给大家看。好 ，NLU 这个 Loki 的 这个 Loki NLU 系统的操作呢，在这里有连结啊，为了避免有打广告的嫌疑，我就给各位去看了。我就只是来做一个比较，看看说这两个东西差在哪里。为了比较呢，我左边这里把它秀出来，这个是我们的3.10 的这个 structure pattern matching 的段落。那右边这里呢，则是我们直接用这个自然语言来处理的段落。它处理的段落就是说，先看看我输入的这个句子啊，它的 type 是不是长这个样子，就是它的 type 是不是一个这个100元这样子的一个 type， 或者是说我输入的这个句子 utterance 呢，它 type 是不是长这样子的一个 type， 这个 type 或者是这个 type， 那4个东西的 type 是不太一样的。你只看表层结构的话，会觉得说都是一样嘛，对不对？都是符号嘛，对不对？就是为什么我刚刚讲说 machine learning 没有去抓 structure 来做这个 learning 的一个 feature 是非常可惜的。当然这个来说也是非常困难的，因为它其实就只是操作符号而已。好，我们来看一下这个背后事实上做了什么事情。那启用我们的这个 Loki 的这个 NLU 系统以后呢，就可以，因为现在是我的账号，所以可以看到这里有一个 PyCon TW 2021，那这个专案精要也写在我们的这个 source code 里面的，所以你下载的时候就可以直接 run 起来。那这个 cache 这个地方呢，则是直接呈现在这个地方 cache， 这是我们要去 call 它的那个功能。好，它里面呢，我帮他告诉他说有4个句子，有这4个 utterance。这4个 utterance 呢，它马上就开始去在背后去 learn 它的 structure 是什么东西。所以如果你给它个100元的话，那 learn 这个东西的 structure 实际上是一个表示 currency 的结构，然后可以表示多少多少钱的这个结构，不是普通的一个数字而已。好，因为如果是刷卡的话，刷卡是一个动作，它是一个动词的结构，所以它是红色的。那如果说是信用卡的话呢，信用卡是蓝色的，表示它是一个名词出现的一个结构。信用卡是一个名词，刷卡是一个动词，这个结构就不太一样了。所以你刚刚看到那个句法树上，动词跟名词的位置是不太一样的。再来这个一个50元硬币、3个10元硬币、一个5元硬币和2个1元硬币，这个结构长这个样子。Classifier 就是我刚刚讲的嘛，就是一匹马的那个一匹马或是一头牛啊，一辆汽车的那个一辆一头一匹。好，所以这是一个，这就是 classifier， 然后一个 currency 50元的，然后硬币，再一个 classifier， 然后再 currency， 再硬币 ，classifier， 然后这个 currency， 然后硬币，汉，这汉怎么哪里？汉在这里， 有 conjunction 在这里哦 ，OK， conjunction 在这里哦，那后面还有再来一个2个一元硬币 ，OK， 有了自然语言之后呢，我们这边定义好了，下面可以生成一个模型，然后呢就可以回到最后面这一层，去直接下载这个 Python 的程式码 ，OK， 它载下来是一个 zip档，那我就直接把那个 zip 档打开，就放到这里面来了 ，OK， 这里面的内容就是我已经做好调整。那打开以后呢，我等一下就写说我要问他这个句子，总共87元，您打算用什么样的货币组合来支付呢？就像我们在这个 3.10 看到一样，总共87元，你从这样的货币组合来支付。好，那 run 下去的时候呢，它马上就说我用什么样的货币组合来支付。那我们来试试看，刚才一模一样的100元。OK， 它对到100元的话呢，它就是这个 pattern 是一样的。好，这个 structure 的这个 pattern 是一样，所以它就拿去减一减之后找到这个13元，就把符合这个 pattern， 它就说找你多少钱，啊，这个多少钱就是他拿到的钱去减掉87。好，既然这样写的话呢，我们就可以试试看，在自然语言的情况之下，我们刚刚才多做一件事嘛，我告诉他有其他不同的这个 structure， 那自然语言实际上是更灵活的，更灵活，所以我不需要在这边写说有另外一种 pattern 的存在，我只要跟他说这里100元。100元也是一个表示一个 currency 的一个 structure， 所以它也是对到这个东西。好，那我们可以再试试看不同的数字。比方说107元好了。OK， 107元你一样是在表示的是一个 currency 这样子的一个 idea， 这样子的一个意图，所以呢，它一样把107元当作是一个金钱的那个量来去算，然后就把它减掉了这个87，然后得到了就是20，所以找你20元就可以算出来了。好，这两个东西就是非常的像，真的非常的像，因为它背后处理的机制是一模的一样，一模一样，就是去比对一下说你这个的 structure 是什么东西。那我们再试试看这个吧，一个50元硬币，3个10元硬币，一个5元硬币和2个1元硬币，这样子一个句子。我今天刻意，我还刻意一下，说我不要跟它的这个数量是一样的，我们试试看，说有不同的这个数量，它是不是自己可以算？今天是一个50元硬币嘛，对不对？那我就给它2个50元硬币，然后一个10元硬币，然后这个3个5元硬币和7个好了，7个1元硬币 ，OK。所以可以发现说数字都不一样，但是没有关系。我今天就算给他的这样的一个句子，2个50元什么什么的硬币的话，它一样是发现说，这个句子的结构记得吗？我们一开始讲的结构，实际上就跟这个一个50元硬币的这个句子结构是一样的。句子结构一样的话呢，我们就可以去把里面的这些参数抓出来，他就知道说总共是132元，然后就把这个东西去做出来了。所以2个50元是100嘛，然后再来有10嘛，然后这里有15，所以就120、125，上面就有7个1元，132，对 ，OK， 然后他就把132再去减掉87 ，OK， 就知道说我要找你多少钱了。好，你会发现说自然语言甚至还比这个pattern structure 自然语言甚至还比这个 structure pattern matching 再更灵活一点点。我们这里还可以再做一个实验就是我们要做这个信用卡的这个测试。所以今天呢，如果说他一样问我说要用什么方式来支付的时候，那我就直接回答他说这个信用卡的话呢，当然他就直接是叫我去签名咯。因为信用卡这个地方就直接叫我签名，说这个 balance 是在哪里。我一样把这个东西写在这里。OK， 我们这边有一个credit card 的一个 object， 然后它的 balance 是87，这是足额的。好，就写在这个地方了，就不再去让像这边还要再去扣问说我要再增加我的额度。好，那其实这个地方呢，如果以 Loki 来讲的话，你可以再写成一个 API 啊，你直接去跟后台串接其他东西都没关系。总而言之，你就是要去串这个东西嘛。好，那以上呢就是我们可以看到 这个 Structure Pattern Matching 它的设计本来不是在做自然语言的，但是它的整个设计的这个方法论上就跟我们在做自然语言是一模一样的。那我们都知道嘛 The Zen Python 里面有讲到 Readability Counts。 那讲到 Readability 的时候，有什么东西比自然语言更好读呢？大家都不喜欢读程式码，对不对？所以大家才会一直想要去重造轮子，因为总觉得说自己写的轮子比较漂亮。为什么呢？因为我要去读别人的轮子就觉得很麻烦。Python 已经是一个刻意在这个可读性上下了很多功夫的一个程式语言，所以在这个地方呢，它用了一个就是我们在自然语言处理上，语言学的处理这个语义上面已经行之有年方法，我觉得其实一点也不奇怪，一点也不奇怪。那特别注意到的是说，看这个地方的 case， 就是要说，如果 case 有讲这么多不同的 type 的话，这个 case 和 C 里面的 case 啊，和那个 Java 里面的 case 完全不是同一种 case，OK， 不是同一种 case。所以呢，既然我们要这个 readability counts 的时候，就没有比自然语言更好读的东西。既然我们要让这个程式码读起来像自然语言的话，那其实它背后的运作方式也是自然语言的运作方式，我觉得这一点不奇怪。好，所以来下个小节吧。这个 structure pattern matching 呢，这个结构形态比对，它其实用的是语言学里面用来计算语义已经行之有年的方法。而且我讲这个行之有年，大概已经有行之50几年了。至少50几年来，这个语言学都是用这种方式来去计算语义的。所以自然语言的语义本来就已经有一套 formalized 的一个 finite state 的方式来去做计算，不需要一定要什么都是大数据，其实很少的数据，你看我们刚就只有4个句子嘛，它就可以做计算。那4个句子就已经可以去 elaborate 说不同的数值啊，100元、120元，你要数字还是用的国字，我都可以吃，反正它们的结构是一样的。结构是一样的，所以人的脑子里面储存的结构是有限的。好，那 SBM 呢，特别是用来处理这个有多种形态的资料。SBM 就是我刚刚讲的 Structure Pattern Matching。那这种多种形态的资料，像自然语言啊，或者是这个物件导向程式语言，都是用多种形态的资料。所以我们今天在 Python 里面看到这个东西，不意外，不意外。那自然语言里面看到这个东西，其实大家都已经从小用到大了。那这个 SBM 如果你要来处理自然语言的话呢，我会强烈的建议你试试看 Loki 吧，因为如果你要去写那个 Structure Pattern Matching 来写自然语言的话，你最后搞得很像是一个 Keyword Bot，OK， 那感觉笨笨的，而且写起来也蛮不好维护。你又把这个 Structure Pattern Matching 的强项给它弱化掉了。第二个呢是，如果说你要是来处理一些程式语言的功能，比方说网页的 return 它是有多种不同的 message， 然后呢你可以把它当作是一个 object 来使用。OK， 我就比对这个 object 的 state。好，来去知道说不同的这个 state 的时候要去怎么这样处理，我就不用写一堆的 if else。又或者是在这个多形的环境之下，我可能会串接了很多旧的程式码，旧的程式码它们各自这个 API 又不是很一致，那这时候我可以就算算看说你到底是像哪一种 case， 因为不同版本的 API 的话，可能就是它 case 就不一样，因为可能有一些是有某一个 key， 有些是没有那个 key。好，那我们就可以用这种方式来区分说，我后面要给你是新的还是旧的，可以做一个 API 的串接的点。最重要的是呢，今天的分享其实要讲的是语义可以由结构来推演得知，而我讲的语义不是只有自然语言的语义，程式语言的语义事实上也是可以从结构来推演而知的，一直以来都是这么运作。所以不论是程式码的意图还是自然语言的意图，都是这样子在计算的。所以结构事实上可以作为一个 NLP 或是 NLU 的模型特征。这是事实上我们可以拿这个结构来做一个模型特征，就是一直以来我们都没有看到哪一个 machine learning 真的是拿对的结构来去做模型特征，顶多有一些 mimic，OK， 有一些模仿，企图想用 attention 啊，想用这个前后的这种 distance 啊，然后来去做这个模型特征，那这是非常困难的，我不会说完全不可能，但是这是非常困难的，而且你需要很大量的资料，但是我们刚刚用手稿资料就可以做。为什么呢？因为如果程式语言是可以计算的，你没有理由说自然语言是不能计算的。They are all the same。好，那以上就是我的分享，谢谢大家的收看，希望可以很快的在这个疫情受到控制的情况下呢，明年跟各位在实体见面。OK， 拜拜。
好，感谢 Peter 为我们 做这么精彩的演讲。那我们来看一下题目。好，那 Peter 这边有一个观众询问说，要在哪里可以试用你们的服务，以及如果觉得不错的话，价格要怎么计算呢
OK， 就这个问题嘛，哈。
对，就这个。
对对，首先我先避免一下那个大家我们在做工商服务打广告的那个嫌疑哈。你可以直接到我在今天的 talk 里面的我们公司的那个网站里面有说明。然后这是第一点，那边都有讲说怎么使用啦，然后价格方案都在上面。那如果说你只是要测试的话呢，其实都可以来写个信啊，我们可以讨论一个量给你去 try 看看，没有关系。好，对，大概就是这样子。如果你要临时要找人的话呢，我们已经大概手上有30几个 train 出来的这些 intern， 现在都散布在世界各地，然后他们都会使用这套系统的，所以人力也没问题，系统也没问题，然后资料需求上又很少，那这应该是可以 work 的一个技术了。
那如果观众他们想要用的话，是会需要本机上面要有很大的运算的硬体设备吗？还是说直接串你们的 API 来算就好了？
串 API 来算就可以了。
OK， 了解。好，
对，
好，那因为时间的关系，那这场议程就到这边结束。感谢大家的参与。如果大家对于讲者还有问题或者想要交流的话，可以在 Gather Tang 上面的 Bingo Lounge 跟讲者做互动。那下一场议程的话，我看一下，下一场议程会在13点55开始。那我们接下来进入休息时间。
Hello everyone. So welcome to the afternoon section. So the second talk is in R3 is PyMetheus, a Python-based monitoring system using Raspberry Pi. So let's welcome Yingwen Tang will take this presentation.
Hello, good afternoon, fellow Pythonists in PyCon Taiwan 2021. Today, my talk is about my own project, PyMetheus, a Python-based monitoring system using Raspberry Pi, and this is one of the. And of course, if you look at the name, I actually borrowed the same name from Prometheus, and this is a presentation about my work. First, we'd like to look at what my talk is about today. Of course, my talk for today will focus on monitoring, and of course, my motivation over to start this project, what will be the architectures of PyMetheus, as well as what is the monitoring mechanisms behind PyMetheus. Together, I'll end this talk with example and demo that I have demonstrated and also built for this talk. Before we go into the talk, let me introduce myself. I was the previous speaker for PyCon Taiwan 2019, as well as I was the chair for PyCon Malaysia 2019. My day job is senior network automation in a shared services company. Together, I've been speaking in quite many PyCon, as well as like what I mentioned before, PyCon Taiwan 2019. This photo was taken in PyCon Taiwan 2019, as I believe we had the physical event at Academia Sinica, which I have been there for 2 times, I remember. And it was quite a memorial session because this was an event that hosts before COVID happened. I'm also the lead for the web design team for PyCon APAC 2020 and 21, and it has given me a quite good experience in web designing. So since we're talking about monitoring, what do we know about monitoring? First, of course, monitoring helps us to look at few aspects of the system or services. Particularly, we're looking at the service availability. We like to look at the service health, as well as the new words for nowadays. We're talking about the observability, which will use that not just for debugging, for logging, as well as making decision in terms of whether we want to expand the system or we want to scale the system according to the data that we get from the monitoring. Together, we also like to know the internet state of the system that we host, the service that we host on the platforms. For example, we have services hosted in cloud or on-premise or everything. Or at the same time, we also like to look at how responsive the monitoring it is. For example, we like to know how fast the data from the monitoring give us the insight or the event or the alert that we get from the system itself. So monitoring actually is about how we know about the system and how we can get the response and respond to the system when things happen. The types of monitoring that we get normally that we can see is system monitoring. For example, we have a lot of different kinds of tools, monitoring tools in Unix and Linux system, as well as nowadays since we're talking about services, we have application monitoring APNs. For example, we have quite numbers of them. Elasticsearch is one of it, Datadog is one of it, and we have few more to mention. And coming from my background, we also have a few network monitoring systems. For example, if those are being in network space, we know about Thousand Eyes, that's one of it. And SolarWinds, which previously used, and CAPM, we have number more to mention about network monitoring. Together, we still have some other network intrusion detection, which we use to detect whether there's intrusion happens to the network. And one old tools that I remember is not, but probably nowadays we don't use it. Maybe we have something better tools to use nowadays for intrusion detection. So what's the main problem with the current monitoring tools that I mentioned just now? According to my experience with that, all the tools, especially one I've been dealing with recently, which is one called Thousand Eyes, has been too costly. As well as some monitoring tools are too large to handle. When I mean by too large to handle, it means by it has too many functionalities that normally we don't really use it. Maybe we just use for 1 or 2 tools within the monitoring tools itself. At the same time, sometimes some monitoring tool will give us a lot of information that sometimes it might lose our focus on getting the data that we want or getting the information that we want. At the same time, we also having an issue with false alarm within the monitoring tools that normally that we choose. For example, it might have some events, it might have triggered some events that we don't think is an issue, but it turns out to be an issue for the system. And not to mention that some monitoring tools are built to have a single function. For example, some network monitoring tools, it will just focus on monitoring the network behavior of the network devices. It's not really a device that will give you an all-round of the whole network. So we have few pitfalls on that, and this triggers me to think of, okay, what would be the best monitoring tools for myself if, let's say, I want to have something small. Now, back to the story, the audience might ask why I started this and why can't Prometheus fit into my project, or why can't Grafana fit into my project on that? Now, I have experience with Prometheus before that, which was 1 year ago on building this, the standard package of Prometheus, Grafana, Docker on my Raspberry Pi 3B. Now, things ran greatly, and I really loved those tools for the first 6 hours. And after 6 hours, I decided to say, probably this might not be a good thing for myself. Why? Because first thing, when I was very happy with Prometheus and Grafana on my Raspberry Pi 3B, I started to add a lot of different kind of services. For example, DNS monitoring. Yes, I do have my own DNS system at my home, and together with, like I mentioned before, Raspberry Pi monitoring, as well as the speed test monitoring. However, after I add those services, and after 6 hours, I find that Raspberry Pi begins to freeze, and it experiences intermittent freeze since then. Meaning that from here, it start, shut down by itself. It got hang and not responding to my command after for a few times. And till now, I still have the same problems. I'm not too sure whether this is due to the Prometheus or the motherboard itself, but sometimes when I want to start my Raspberry Pi, it took me a few times to restart the system. After a long research from that, I find that actually Prometheus needs at least 4 GB of RAM, but my Raspberry Pi 3B actually has about 1 GB of RAM, so it is not quite suitable for myself. And of course, other monitoring system might not be suitable because, for most of the monitoring system nowadays, it might need at least 2 GB of RAM. So why don't I take the opportunity? Why don't I take the opportunity to start PyMetheus and then use that for myself? So looking at pictures itself, this is my current so-called the data center setup. I have my Raspberry Pi 3B, as I pointed, which is mounted on the sky, as well as I have the CUPS printer server at the ground, which serves as a printer driver for my printer, because my printer is not wireless printer or network printer. So as you can see from that, there's one which is the one I mentioned, the subject for today, Raspberry Pi 3B, as well as the other part. Okay, and down there it was a big NAS drive from that. So I call this sky server all the time, because this server and this Raspberry Pi is hosted in the sky because it's mounted on the sky. It never have a grounds on that. And getting this idea actually is coming from the Microsoft or having their data center built underneath the sea. So I say, why don't I just build something called the Sky server? At the same time, I have another server which is called what I call as ground server. Is like I mentioned before, this is a CUPS server that handles the printing for my network. Now, speaking of all this data center, I noticed that I've seen something very interesting when I visited PyCon Taiwan 2019. I saw this, what I think local code as Guai Guai, which means be a good boy. And reason for it to be green, after I researched it, it says that all the machine has to be green in order to be, to have a good service or to functions properly. And in most data center, and if I Googled it, I found that most data center in Taiwan will have this, and even in PyCon Taiwan 2019, they have this one packet on top of the machine just to make sure that the machine is great. Now, I find that this is very interesting, and I believe that this is a local belief to make sure that machine is running accordingly all the time. Now, of course, around the world, we have different kind of the belief as well. So we respect the mother nature. We know that for every kind of service, we always do some kind of rituals for that. But our curiosity never stops on Mother Nature. And this is why we have physics, because we want to understand what is behind Mother Nature's and what is the beauty of it. So in this case, monitoring is one of a way to help us to understand the Mother Nature in this case. So let's say, how do we get started with PyMetheus on that? But to me, PyMetheus have really started just, as a project itself, but rather I started with something that is very simple. Now, one thing that I suspect after the project for PyMetheus is Prometheus, which is initially I started. I find that maybe my Raspberry Pi has too high temperature when I run some kind of services. So first version of it, I decided to write two scripts, which one will be the temperature monitoring. As you can see, this is just a simple Python script that gets the temperature of the Raspberry Pi, and then I write it to a log. Together, I have also one monitoring script that checks whether the port is open. So in this case, I have few services running on this Raspberry Pi, like Postgres is one of it. So port 5432 is one of the port that I'll monitor all the time. So after having this monitoring, I'll write this data into a log file. Okay, I'll keep this into a log file. Now, having a log file is not quite useful actually, especially in terms of troubleshooting. Now, log file gave us one information which is very important, which is the history about what happens in this machine. By means, when I say history, it means that what are the past events that happens on that. So for this log, it tells you that everything is running right. So what you check on the log is you are trying to look for the event that things are not happening in this case. So looking back at two discretes over there, this actually generates a lot to tell us what was the event that will give us the machine is functioning well when things are not going well at during the time. So it is good for us to do a post-mortem analysis, but it's not quite good for us to do real-time alert, meaning that it can't trigger the thing when things go wrong. So after I decided looking at this, I say, okay, since this does not give me a lot of information, but it just tell me when the event happens. So I decided to say, well, maybe time to have me to look at that. And at the same time, I find that there's no matrix for me to have a reference over on this thing. So like I mentioned, why don't I start something new? So I began to research on the current structures on Prometheus, and I decided to look into my own project, which is PyMetheus. So I decided to name it PyMetheus after a failed experience from Prometheus. So I say PyMetheus is a monitoring system that is written in Python. And of course, it is inspired by a few things that I learned along the line, which is Ansible, Prometheus, Grafana, and other big boys like I mentioned before. Thousand Eyes is one of the things that inspired me a lot and told me how to do the thing. Now, of course, the audience again will ask the same question: why you have other tools around? Why you have to start something new today? Now, for me, I find that it has always been very interesting for me to start a new project, because I can learn along the line to know to come out with the system design, to build the system and understand. Of course, in this case, understand Python more in terms of building it, because when you engage in a project, you find that you learn something about Python all the time in building that. And also for this project, I have learned quite a lot of things about Python again, even though I've been writing Python for numbers of years, but I still find that I still have new things to learn along for writing Python. And of course, I would like to share this project because, I believe that and I always believe that there are someone out there who has the same problem as mine. And, sharing is caring, like as always, kicks rhymes singing, sharing is caring. So I decided, say, if I have built this project successfully, why don't I just share this? Okay, so a little bit of features about PyMetheus. So PyMetheus is written in Python version 3. So we have couples of the packages running along, which is PS utilities, PyCyclops, and I'll explain why PyCycle, request, PyTest, and threading in this case. Now, the good features about PyMetheus over here is it is actually written in a very small code base. Now, when I say a small code base, it means by something that is less than perhaps 5 MB. So for the current code base that I have, I think by a crude measure, by a simple measure, I have about 2 MB. So it is less. And at the same time, what makes this PyMetheus interesting is it runs on a Python and it runs on a very small memory footprint. And to my measurement, I find that actually it's just not less than 512 MB, but probably is less than that. So having a 512 MB is just a minimum requirement for that. And comparing this to a contemporary monitoring system like Prometheus itself, it needs about 4 GB of memories. But of course, maybe they have other architectures as well. And speaking of this PyMetheus, and this is a focus on PyMetheus itself, is a modular. It has the modular. When I say modular in this case, is it has different modules that caters your need, and you can take this modular. At the same time, you can also write your own modules to add in this PyMetheus. Now, the main philosophy of this PyMetheus itself is you decide what to monitor. Like I mentioned in the early, sometimes when it comes to monitoring system that gave you too much information that sometimes you don't know what to choose. Now, in this monitoring system, PyMetheus allows you to decide what you want to monitor. For example, if you want to monitor CPU, you choose to monitor CPU. If you want to monitor memory, you choose to monitor memory. If you, let's say, you want to choose a particular services like Redis, or maybe in this case MySQL, you choose to monitor the features on it. So you can definitely craft this module easily according to your need. What is the architectures that behind PyMetheus? PyMetheus uses a very simple client and server model. So in this case, when you check out on my GitHub today, you find that PyMetheus will have two common components. One will be client and one will be the server. So for the client, rather than compared to Prometheus will be the collector and going to all the clients to collect the information. But for my case, things will be a little bit reversed from that. Clients will be the one that collects the information about the system and then send it to the server. While when the servers receive the information from the client, servers will record this data into the database, and there's another end that will do the reporting for the health of the client. So it is fairly a simple architecture on that. And there are a few components in this case that we're looking at for PyMetheus today. So first thing, as I mentioned before in my talk today, we're going to look at the client on the Raspberry Pi, and together, as I mentioned before, which my subject, which is on the Raspberry Pi 3B, things can be installed in the Raspberry Pi. But of course, when this thing, the client is crafted or built, is not just for Raspberry Pi, but can be anything itself. So of course, like I mentioned before, client can be called as aggregator, and client can be customized. You choose what to monitor, and as well as you can choose to write this client according to your need. For example, you can put it as into the into cron, or you can run it as a daemon today, as what I'm going to demo today in my talk today. And like I mentioned before, it contains a few different kinds of modules. You can choose to monitor CPU, memory, hard disk, network, ports, service. HTTP is something that is derived from service monitor on the DBMS. So that's the spirit. You can customize what you need to do for the client. For the server side, the server is written actually by Flask. It's a fairly simple HTTP REST API, and you can run this web app or this server in any machine. So right now, I have my server running on my Windows machine, which is a machine that I'm presenting right now. At the same time, this web app will have 3 REST endpoints, which is register, collect, and heartbeat. And for notify, currently I'm still engaging in some kind of the development. So for this talk, I'm not going to announce for the notify in this case. Like I mentioned before, we have a database over there. Postgres is the default database, and I haven't really started to look at different type of database such as SQLite or MySQL or maybe MS SQL. So right now, Postgres is the main database to here, and this Postgres right now is being hosted on Docker. Okay, thank you. Now this is the ER diagrams for the database, and this is what we have on that. So it contains two parts: the inventory as well as the event. Grafana is the main reporting system, so we use that for the Grafana. And reason for Grafana is very easy to use. This is the main page of the Grafana from that. Okay. Yep. And the mechanism of the monitoring is very simple. We collect, like I mentioned before, we collect all the data, goes to the server. The server records the data into the DB and display from the Grafana. So for this alert, we're going to do that in the future. Okay, so for that, I'm also looking into how we can integrate that into a third-party software, for example, like maybe in terms of Java or Golang or other languages, because in this structure, actually, we use a lot of the JSON structure to communicate. So things are getting quite simple in this case because we use JSON on that. Okay, a simple client for that. So this is a simple client that I started to test with, which is testing on the CPU. So first thing, in order to keep the data into the ER diagram or database, first thing we have to register on, register into a device. We have to register that because we like to know which device has been used for monitoring. So once you have registered the device, then we'll put the event that we're going to monitor. Monitor CPU is the one that we get. We like to monitor. CPU is the one, and event is the one that we like to collect the event and send to the database. So for this, it is very simple. We just need to write this and post the event according to 5 seconds on the time. So a little bit demo for this, which I've written for this Postgres database. So let me just release myself a little bit. Okay, so as you can see right now from here from the screen, this is actually running by for now, which is I use it for that. And the code itself is fairly simple. So like I mentioned before, the structure is very simple as the example for CPU. We just need to register your device, and then you add in to your service. What are your services that you want to monitor? In this case, we just need to monitor the Postgres on my Raspberry Pi 3, as well as the port that I'm used together with the, with the IP address and port from that. And once I'm done registering the device, then I just need to add these 3 different monitoring systems into my daemon. So actually, this is running at daemon. So from that, for every time of it, if you look at that, actually it is posting the event into my server. So once the server receives my event, what we can look at from that is this is the current event that we have for the Postgres monitoring. So actually it is quite simple, and when you use the Postgres running, it will tell you all the information over that. So currently my the Postgres on the Raspberry Pi has been running quite well over the time. So I'm quite happy with this. So even though this is still a very simple dashboard from that, it allows me to do the monitoring easily from that. Okay. So with that, that ends with my demonstration. So a few future roadmaps that we're looking at. Docker is one of it that we'd like to look at. Kubernetes as well. And particularly, the most important thing is I'm actually more interested to get this into a YAML, because like what I did before, I find that using some of the features still kind of troublesome. So I'm thinking of whether I can implement YAML into that. And prior to that, actually, I have YAML, but just I have quite some commitment. Therefore, I haven't really built the system yet. This is the pull request. So if you are interested with the project, you can start to look into my repo and do a pull request. Questions? Okay, so any questions will do in this case. Both English and Mandarin are welcome.
Okay, let's see if we have any question in Slido.
Apparently, no.
No? Okay, I have one question.
Cool.
Because, we also have many PC or some the other servers in our lab. And so one problem is sometimes our cooling or air condition is broken.
Okay.
And sometimes so we have to set some temperature meter. Can you expand this by a temperature meter or fans
Okay.
Yes.
Good question. Good question, Dr. Juan from there. Now, having this, when you have a Raspberry, let's say when you install this client into a Raspberry Pi, in this case, then you can have your temperature sensors mount to your Raspberry Pi so it can intercept. So back to the, let's say back to the code structure. Back to the code structure as we can see from there. Yeah, it's okay. So just give me a moment.
Yes.
So from there, actually, you can craft this thing very easy. So you just need to write your own monitoring system from here, and then you just get that data. So basically looking at all this from here, my monitoring, blah, 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 get this. This is your own monitoring system. So you can write your own monitoring system and then pass the data from here. So you just need to pass the data. So from there, let me just show you the event. The event is actually very, very, very simple. So you just need to pass the event type, and then you put the event value, event message, and event status. So for Prometheus, not Prometheus, for Grafana, these are very simple. You just need to pass the value, and then you map the value to the status. For example, let me back to this here. This one, if you look at that, it always says okay. But what are the things that lies behind it? What are the things? I have a mapper down there.
Okay.
I have a mapper. Okay, error, critical, warning. So if you look at that here, there's always a value from here. So this actually is wrong. It should be 4. You can't map it. So yeah. So you can craft it, and this is why I choose Grafana eventually, because it is very actually. When people look at Grafana, actually it's quite complicated, but actually it's very simple to learn. It's not that difficult actually.
Okay.
Yeah. So rather than spending your time writing the JavaScript and all the thing, and of course before that I actually thinking of using Streamlit on everything, but to me I think that rather than I spend time to write all the JavaScript to display my data, why don't I just use for in this case Grafana, and look at it, you can just craft your SQL query easily for the database easily. So you don't need to worry about all this thing, all the technical details behind it, and you don't even need to worry about all this thing like refresh, and even I can trace back all things, like even I have 24 hours, I have some running at the back, so it can trace tells me what things happen. But of course in this straight line it is not a good data because it has been I have not been collecting the data over this period of time, so I have some errors from there.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is, I believe that somebody will have the same problem as myself. So it is it's built for something that you want to have a small monitoring system, but you don't want really look at a ready software which sometimes you don't understand how it works. So this gives us a learning experience on how to get the thing works from there. So I try to make this API as simple as possible, so that when you start to craft, let's say this thing, you just need to enter the API for that. So this add daemon itself is also very simple. You just tell me this is the data that I want to collect, and I'll collect with a period of 60 seconds for every interval. Okay. So for this display over here, as you can see, this display over here, this consists of, like I mentioned before, get the connection, numbers of connection. So you refresh 60 seconds every time. DB health. This will be connection status. Get Postgres status every 60 seconds. Get memory info. So this is the memory info. So this is the memory usage that right now I have on my Raspberry Pi. So it's about 50%. So let's say in this case, you can even set your threshold. Let's say your 50% is too high for you, then you can have that. So things are fairly easy, and you can craft that things easily. So for example, right now, since no question from that, so I'll just show.
There is a question coming. So
Oh, okay.
I saw like, okay. So maybe so do consider the combine the client and server to the same repo.
Good question actually. So I'm actually also thinking of same thing as well. But during writing this, actually I'm writing this repo in parallel, so I didn't have the time to combine that. But in fact, this audience has asked another very good question, an extension to it. I'm also thinking of putting my another YAML repo together with this. So yeah, there's a high chance that I'll put them together. Yep. So back to the question for Dr. Huan. So this is actually, you can look at the derivative. I have something called monitor service because I think that literally everything is a services. So here, as a derivative, I have a HTTP service, which I monitor a few things. Status, response time, and of course, this is actually not needed. So this to get status and get response time. So since you can inherit this from the class, the main class itself, you can build anything that you want. For example, for this DBMS, I inherit this from the monitor service. I can do a connect to a DB, get activity, get status. I can inherit and build anything that I want. So for your case over there, you can start writing this from here, services. You can start with these services and get into the type of monitoring. Let's say you can just write a method, monitor temperature. Then you start to code how you want to get the temperature from the environment. Yeah. So things are quite simple over there. And I believe that is all for my talk today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
James, for our talk. And so we will take a rest for 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. Before the session starts, please let me remind you again. We have prepared HackMD and Slider for you. You can check it out in YouTube chat or Gather Tang. And now it's time for our keynote this year, bring to us by Marc. Marc is a Python code developer, your Python Society Chair, Python Software Foundation Fellow, and the CEO and founder of Nginx.com. Today, he will talk about ideas, visions, and reality. Looking back on 20 years of community work. Personally, I'm really looking forward to this particular talk. I really want to hear about his insight into Python community. So please tell us all your experience, Marc.
Okay, hi everyone. It's very nice to be here. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me. It's an honor to speak at your conference and giving a keynote. Also, congratulations to your 10 years of PyCon Taiwan. That's an amazing achievement, and I can feel with you. So this is really something that is very impressive. So thank you for the introduction, Peter. I'm going to talk about my experience in community work, looking back on 20 years. Actually, it's more than 20 years now. And I'm going to give you a few insights. I'm going to talk a bit about the projects that I ran and hope that you will enjoy this. If you have any questions, I will have my Slido on, so perhaps you can just throw them in there. You can also ask questions during the talk, so we have an hour, so plenty of time. Okay, so speaker introduction. So who am I? Peter already told you quite a bit about myself, so I can probably skip this slide. The most important parts that I'm going to talk about in this keynote is my role as a Python core developer, the PSF, the Python Society, Python Software Foundation, and of course the EuroPython Society, which I'm currently chairing. And I also have a company, a consulting company. I'm basically doing business as a consulting CTO or senior solutions architect. And I've been using Python for a very long time. So what are we going to talk about today? This is the agenda. I'm going to give a short introduction and then talk about the different communities I was involved in. I will run through a number of things that I learned along the way. And then I'll talk a bit about leadership. So I hope that is interesting for you. On the right, you can see our EuroPython team from Basel. That was the last in-person conference that we ran in Basel in 2019. And that was an amazing team. Just wanted to highlight this on this slide. So how did I start with Python? Basically, my main motivation for Python comes from when I discovered Python in 1994. I had a look at one of these CDs. At those times, you had everything on CDs, so internet was not really that much of the thing yet. There was an operating system called OS2, IBM OS2, and I was very much into that system because it was brand new. It had lots of new features. And there was a CD, a regular CD was being published every, I think, quarter or so, where a company collected open source software for OS2. And I got one of those CDs and I ran through the language section. And on that CD, I found Python for the very first time. And I was really excited to have a look at that and to get into that. I read the tutorial, Guido's tutorial, in the afternoon, and then I immediately started, working with Python and using it. At the time, I was a C programmer, so I was, very much appreciating that you could just use data structures like lists or dictionaries from right from the start. You didn't have to really program everything yourself, and that was a very, very nice experience and really made my day. And write everything in C, and Python made it a lot more easy for me. Plus, I had an advantage. I could interface from C to Python, which was exciting for me as well. By doing that, I could basically do all the high-level things in Python, and then I could do all the low-level things that needed to run fast in C. So that was really what made my day in those times. And that's how I fell in love with Python. That's how I basically started working towards making Python grow, making it prosper, making it known everywhere, to have a huge following in IT. And I think it was, of course, it wasn't only me working on this, it was a lot of people working on this, but this was my main motivation to get into Python and start working with it and start looking into the community, everything that was around it. What I very much liked is the elegance of the language, and because I very much like to write elegant code and code that is clean, that is easy to read, easy to understand, it's well structured. I also like working with smart people, and at the time the community was very small, but that very small community had lots of very, very smart people, people much smarter than myself, like Guido, Tim, or Raymond. To work with all of those people, really inspiring. And there was also a lot of potential for improving the language and improving the language following. So the organizations that started to build around Python and the conference landscape. In those early days, there wasn't really much. So a lot could be done, and a lot was done by the various individuals in the community. So that's how I started to then, contribute to Python. I first started writing my extensions, the C extensions for Python, because there were a couple of things that I needed in Python which weren't there at the time. For example, there was no datetime library available for Python at the time, and so I started to write MX datetime. I also wrote a number of other tools that I needed, like a database interface or a text parsing engine, and I made most of those tools open source. And for example, MX datetime at the time was basically becoming the standard for datetime processing until Python itself, the standard library, got a datetime module. I also worked on the Python core itself. So I think the largest contribution I did to Python was the Unicode integration that happened in Python 1.6 or 2.0, depending on how you look at it. So early in 2000, that landed in Python. And I worked on that integration. I basically did all the data type modeling, the codex integration that was needed for this. And then Frederick Lund was working on the regular expression engine, which used this data type. He was also the main author of the original type implementation that I built everything on. So I took his implementation and adapted it for the integration plans that we had. And then I maintained this for over 10 years, I think 10 or 12 years, until other people then took over. I also contributed the platform module that you have in the standard library. That's something I needed for another project. I needed to determine what platform you're running on, and then based on that, make certain decisions. Because I was very much into getting Python more performant, I wrote this micro benchmark, PyBench it was called, and that landed in the standard library as well for a couple of years. Plus I worked on the database API, the PythonDB API as you know it, PEP 249. And that's a standard that's still in use now, so that's something that's basically, lasted for a very long time. So that was my involvement in core development, and I also did lots of other smaller things which I don't have on this slide. But that was an amazing experience, and I really very much appreciated working as a core developer. Then the Python Software Foundation was founded in 2001. And the PSF was sorry, Peter, can you turn off the noise there? There's a background noise. I'm constantly hearing someone talking. Thanks. Right, the PSF was founded in 2001. It was founded at a conference, the IPC9. That was held in Los Angeles in the US at the time. And basically the purpose of the PSF was to make sure that Python has a strong backup association there that holds the trademarks, the copyright, and so on for Python, and that's why mostly the core developers at the time founded the PSF. The PSF membership was very small at that time, and something that I wanted to achieve was to grow the PSF, to have the PSF have more members. Unfortunately, the model that was chosen for the PSF was basically the Apache Software Foundation model of membership. So if you wanted to get new members in, then always the members always had to vote once a year on getting new members into the PSF, and that was a very it took ages to scale up the PSF. It was very let's say it didn't really feel right that people had to vote on other people who they did not really know anything about. So that model didn't really work out. And then over time, this problem became more and more apparent. And then finally, I think it was in 2014 or something around there, the membership model was changed. And so nowadays, everyone can just become a member and they can, self-determine themselves as a managing member or contributing member and then get voting rights in the PSF. So the model nowadays is much, much better than in those days. But that was one of the main things that I wanted to achieve. And so I basically, at every conference I went, I always tried to make some noise for the PSF, to get people in, to tell people about what the PSF did. I also created marketing material for the PSF, like stickers, for example. I created conference kits, which people could take to conferences to present the PSF. What you see on the lower right here, this blue thing, this is basically the background that was used for the conference kits. I started to work on a Python brochure. That was a very, it started as a small project, but then eventually became a very big project. So we created the very first brochure for Python to give out to people, especially to high-level management, to get more awareness for Python in higher-level management. Because at the time, Python wasn't very known. And so every time you went to a customer, for example, and told them about, okay, I'm going to write this in Python, I'm going to use Python to implement your solution, they always ask, what is Python? I've never heard of Python. And is that can trust? Is it something that we can build on? And so it was difficult to always basically answer the same things. And so the idea with the Python brochure was you give them the Python brochure and they can then look at where Python was being used, for example, at CERN or by NASA or in the industry or in finance. There were already lots of companies using it internally, but not really making a lot of noise about it. So people did not really know. And that was the purpose of the Python brochure. I also, worked on lots of other projects like the job board. I restarted with a small team. I started this events calendar project, which is still ongoing, where we collect all the events happening around Python and we put it on the website. I work on the trademarks committee, and I'm one of the trademark committee chairs, together with David Mertz. And I also maintain the Python wiki, meaning maintaining in that case to keep it running, which isn't that easy nowadays. And a couple of other things. So that's basically what I did in the PSF. And the reason I'm telling you all this is I want to give you an idea of how all the different perspectives that I and as part of these projects that I had in the Python community. So, for example, here on the PSF, I was working on lots of these projects, but I was always also on the board and sometimes deciding on these things and sometimes trying to push these things forward. And I also learned how difficult it is sometimes to make other people understand that a project is worthwhile doing. And that's something I'm going to get into after this introduction overview. Then in 2002, we had the first EuroPython conference. I was one of the people in the fairly large crowd at that time who wanted to have a European Python conference, because at the time, most of the conferences, well, actually there was only one conference at the time, which was it was called IPC, International Python Conference. It was a commercially organized conference in the US. And because all the conferences always happened in the US, you always had to fly to the US to attend the conference. It was very expensive for everyone to do that. And we wanted to get a bit, more following in Europe. And so the idea was that we start a larger European Python conference. And that's what EuroPython came to be. At the time, Zope was very big. So there was also a lot of following for Zope. And that's why the first conference actually was called European Python and Zope Conference. And it was organized in Charleroi in Belgium, a very nice city. And there were lots of discussion around this. There were lots of opinions. We had lots of fights. There were lots of, strong egos. We had lots of small companies, and all the companies were struggling to find customers and find projects. But there was also a lot of passion. So it was those were really exciting times. Sometimes but at the end of the day, we then finally made it happen with a small executive team, because at some point we found that having all of these discussions and discussing every single detail on mailing lists about a conference simply will not get us to a conference, right? So at one point, basically a team of 3 people formed. I was one of those people, and then we basically took the ideas that we had collected in all these discussions and then actually made them happen to organize the conference in Charleroi. And it was wasn't a huge conference. We had 240 people there, but we had all the major people there, like Guido was there, Eric Raymond was there, lots of other core developers were there. People actually flew over from the US to attend the conference, so we had lots of people from Europe, of course. It was a lot of fun, and it was really exciting to be there and to have this first conference in Europe happen. So that was actually the first major community-run conference for Python, because the IPCs before that were commercially organized, and PyCon US, which was also community-run, started in 2003. So then the EuroPython conference took on, and we wanted to do that every year. So after a while, people thought that we also needed some kind of society, some kind of organization behind that. And so that's how the EuroPython Society was founded. It was founded in 2004 initially, basically just to protect the IP rights and trademarks, similar to the PSF. And the main purpose of the society in those times was to basically select the next venue or select the next location and team to run the conference. Because at the time, the way that the conference was run was going to basically approaching different teams or having teams approach the EPS and then propose to run the conference in a certain place. And in those days, we typically had the conference happen for 2 years in a row in each place, so that the basically everything that people learned in the first year could be reused in the second year, so that we didn't have that much loss of institutional knowledge between the different years, and it was a bit easier for the teams to run. The EPS itself basically just took care of the selection. It didn't really do much in terms of the running the conference. That was done by the local team. And the local team in those times also took care of all the financial risk, which was manageable in those times. Nowadays, it isn't anymore. So what then happened is as the EuroPython conference grew, and it became apparent that local teams would not take on all these financial risks anymore, we then had to basically restart the EPS in a different mode. So That was done in 2012. In 2012, the EPS was basically reformed. We had a new board elected, and the EPS then actually started to work on EuroPython itself. First, we started with just having the board and a local team run the conference, and then later on we implemented something called the EuroPython workgroups. So we had different workgroups for different tasks, and we moved more and more of the organization away from the local team and into those workgroups, which had the nice benefit that we weren't losing all that institutional knowledge every time we switched a location. We initially had the work groups plus the local team. So the local team would organize everything that is local at that had to be done locally at the conference place. But then in 2017, we found that we can actually do without the local team. So we could turn fully remote, which again was something that was new to us. But it was working out really well. And we found that we don't need the local team anymore. We don't need people on the ground to help us. If we have a good conference venue to work with and a good team to work with, then this is not needed anymore. So we could turn fully remote, which of course made a big difference because then we could more easily get people in and to help. Also, we took on the full financial risk after 2017. Which was needed because we are running EuroPython at a scale of around 600,000 euros per edition, and that's it's a huge number. It's not something that a small company or private people would want to risk. So that's something that we had to do, and that's what we've done in the last few years. We've built up a budget for disaster recovery of around the same amount. So now we are in a position that we have around 600,000 euros in the bank so that we can actually run a complete conference just out of pocket. And that's something that's needed because you never know. Something like COVID could hit us again, and there could be other reasons for the conference not happening or other things that could get in our way. Basically, have the conference fail for a year, and so we could potentially lose quite a lot of money. And with this buffer that we have, we are now able to actually run the conference even in if something like that happens. It wouldn't mean the end of EuroPython, so that's a very good achievement that we have there. We also started to extend our mission so that we not only run the conference anymore, but we also support Python Europe. So if there's let's say another Python conference running in Europe, or someone wants to do a project in Europe that has to do with Python, then we can help financially. We have a grants program for that. So that's also something that we set up in the last couple of years, and that's running well. And of course, I couldn't just let it end there, so I had to do something in my hometown, Düsseldorf, as well. I started what we call the Python Meeting Düsseldorf, which is a user group meeting that we run every quarter. It's a completely different scale compared to all these conferences and organizations. We just have like 10 or 25 people per meeting. We have many people who regularly come to that meeting. It's a lot less formal than all these other communities. It's a lot of fun. I just enjoy this very much, and it's something that complements all these other communities. Let me just check whether there are any questions. No, I don't see any questions. And let's move on. So those were the communities I wanted to talk about, and this is an overview of those 20 years, or actually it's more than 20 years that I've been active in the Python community now. I worked as a core developer, so I have a perspective on core development. I basically was a founding fellow of the Python Software Foundation. I still am a fellow. I was board member of the PSF for quite a few years. I was on the executive committee that started EuroPython. I was board member for a very long time. I'm going to basically stop being a board member this year, actually next week, when the General Assembly of the EuroPython Society will happen. And then, focus on new projects. And I started this user group meeting in 2012, and it's still ongoing. So quite a bit of stuff. And I learned a lot of lessons in those times. And that's basically the main theme of this talk. So it's not so much about, posting about things that I did. It's more about giving you an idea of what you may, let's say, run into, issues that you may run into, what you can do to address them and to still feel comfortable working in open source and working in the community. I hope this will help, someone. I collected these things and added some notes and some insights that I gained over the years to these slides, so that potentially you can take something away from the talk that is useful for you. I'm also going to make the slides available. There's a lot of text on these slides, which is intentional. It's not I don't want to read out everything. The purpose is that you can take those slides and then you can perhaps have a look and maybe ask some questions later on. So the first big thing that you will work in open source and these communities when you run a project is time management. Of course, you have to balance the time that you invest into a project or you invest into a community or invest into core development with your real life, your life outside open source and outside these communities. And that sometimes is a bit difficult because you tend to get dragged into these communities and into the projects, and then forget about the life outside, which of course pays your rent, and so you have to be careful about that, and you have to do proper time management. Something else I found, which I found a bit strange, is that you very often have to actually fight for being able to do good things. So, for example, it was extremely hard for me to convince people to put money into this Python brochure project. That took, I think, a year or two to actually convince people in the PSF board that this is a good thing. There were lots of arguments flying around. People had different perspectives on this, different, didn't want to invest into something that is printed and then sent around to people. They thought that everything should be on just PDFs, and you just send emails or maybe do a web page, something like that. The whole concept of doing marketing for Python was something that was for many people seemed very strange. So many people thought that Python would basically just be successful on its own by itself, which of course isn't necessarily the case, because if you want to get into different let's say management levels, especially the higher ones, the higher level management people, they simply won't go to a website and educate themselves. You have to give them something that they can take on a plane or maybe a train or in a car and read. And they also want to show it to other people. And so you need something that that's tangible, that you can actually take into your hand, that feels like quality, that feels like it's something that's worth spending your time on. And that was the argument I always tried to then put forward, but I didn't really, get much support there. That's just one example. There are many other examples. So typically what you find is that you have to do or enter endless discussions with people to actually make things happen, to be able to put your time into one of these projects. Sometimes you have to fight strong egos. Sometimes you have to fight against people's own agendas. So they have different things that they want to prioritize. Sometimes it's just different values, it's cultural differences. So people in the US think differently than people in Europe. And I'm pretty sure that people in Asia also have different perspectives and values than people in Europe and in the US. So it's something that you have to address, you have to consider, because most of these organizations are international nowadays. And so when you enter one of these discussions, you have to be aware that you're going to get a lot of questions. You're going to have to address a lot of different perspectives. And some of these perspectives may also be surprising for you because, for you, it's something that's very natural. But if you speak to someone, let's say from the US or maybe from Asia or from Africa, then what you think is very natural may not necessarily be very natural for them. And so you have to try to convince them. But you shouldn't, basically let this put you off. It's just something that you have to be aware of when you start, so that you can address this and you find that that you can convince people over time. Something else that you have to consider is motivation. So you do need to motivate yourself. When doing something like this, you typically don't get a lot of recognition for what you're doing. So you have to find your energy source for whatever you're doing, basically within yourself, which is what I call fusion reactor here. So it could be that you really you love Python, you want to make everyone aware of Python, you want to have it grow. Could be that you love working together with other people. Could also be some other goal that you have, that you want to, have Python being used, let's say, I don't know, in a certain community for a certain purpose, or you want to run a certain kind of event. You have to find this energy source, and that needs to keep you running. You cannot rely on other people giving you recognition and using that as an energy source. Also, don't expect to make lots of money on these things. Typically, that doesn't happen. Probably the only thing that you will get in terms of monetary advantage is that more people will know you, and so sometimes people will approach you when they have certain questions, maybe also in a commercial setting. The next big thing that you have to be aware of is you have to have endurance. You have to be very, sturdy, very, you have to stick to your ideas, your project, even if things, get very boring at times, even if there's little input from other people, you just have to keep going. That's something that's very, very important. Otherwise, again, because you don't get a lot of attention or a lot of recognition from other people, you might just stop along the way and not get your project out to the community. That's something it's hard. It sometimes can make you feel very depressed, or you feel basically you're just working on your own. But it's something that you still have to keep going. And if you, for example, if you need help, then the best way to get help from other people is to directly approach those people that you want to get help from. So this, for example, the idea that you just ask for help in a forum, let's say in a mailing list or so, and then expect someone to come back to you, this is not necessarily going to fly. So I always found that it's the best approach to basically make contact with people who really want to, who really can help you, who really have the motivation to help you, is to basically directly approach them, talk to them about your idea, and then get them excited about the idea. This kind of like blanket request out to the community to get help usually doesn't work that well. Or you get people coming back to you, and then they come back with questions like, how much time do I have to invest? What's the recognition that I will get from this? Is it going to be a big project, a small one? You get lots of questions, and then you invest a lot of time into these discussions. And at the end of the day, those people will not always help you enough to actually make your project a success. Something else to consider is when things simply get unbearable because either you don't get enough following or you have too many complaints from people about whatever you're doing. It's it's a good idea to just stop doing it, right? So don't be afraid to just leave one of these open source projects or leave a community. That's certainly something that you can do. After all, it's just volunteer time, right? It's your volunteer time as well. So if people don't appreciate your work, you can just do something else. Yeah, I already talked a lot about recognition. So this slide, I think I've already covered. The important part here on this slide is that if you don't get recognition, or if you don't receive not enough feedback on the work that you're doing, then it's usually best to reward yourself. So whenever you've reached a goal, let's say, I don't know, you've organized a conference and the conference is running very nicely, like, for example, PyCon Taiwan is running very nicely here in this virtual setting. After the conference, you can sit back, you can feel good about it, that you've organized this conference and that you made a lot of people happy. And you can just do something for yourself. Let's say you go on a nice, I don't know, holiday, or maybe you buy a new notebook, or you do something that you've always wanted to do but never, found time for. Then do this and reward yourself. That's actually for me, it's always the best way to keep going and to get enough energy for the next round. In case you do get recognition, then you should use that. You should use it as an energy source. You should use it on your CV, on LinkedIn, a blog, whatever you have for advertising yourself, so that you can use it for getting more attention. Typically, there isn't a lot of recognition, so whatever you can get, you should use it, and this will make your day as well. There are also some negative aspects to working in open source and or working in the open in general. First of all, not everyone will like your ideas, right? So nowadays, with the size of the community, it is pretty certain that there will be more than just a few people who don't like whatever you want to suggest. You can see that if you go to the Python Ideas mailing list, for example. The Python Ideas mailing list started out to basically be a mailing list for people to, introduce new ideas for Python, discuss them, move. Originally, that kind of worked, but nowadays, most of the time, what happens is someone posts an idea, and then you find like 10 people who don't like that idea, and basically the ideas get shut down. And it's not a very nice thing. It's sometimes it's necessary because the ideas are they won't bring Python forward. But still, for the people who come to the mailing list and then suggest a new idea and want to have that implemented, for them it's frustrating. If they probably do this maybe 2 or 3 times and then they just stop. The thing is that you shouldn't really be dependent too much on having your idea implemented in a large kind of scale. Let's say get something into the Python standard library, or maybe get something into the Python language definition. Instead, what you should do is you should just consider implementing your ideas on your own. And while this may seem a bit difficult at first, it's actually nowadays it's not that difficult anymore, because there are so many people in the Python community. You can easily find people who basically partner with you or want to partner with you to implement those ideas. And then you can put a project, let's say on PyPI, Python index, and then have it flourish like that. You don't necessarily have to have everything in Python core. And this is something that many people don't consider or don't want to consider, because they want to have their idea in the Python core. And I'm just taking this Python ideas list as an example here. The same applies to other projects or other communities. It very often makes sense to just do something outside the community or outside the project that you're working in, and then maybe when it's successful, come back. Another thing that you can do, of course, is if you don't want to do something outside, you can just put the ideas on hold and then maybe wait a year or two, because it often happens in Python, in Python core development especially, that your perspectives change. For example, Guido, or at the time that when Guido was the BDFL, Guido would have one opinion, let's say in 1 year, and then like 5 years after, he would basically look at the same idea again and then find, it's not such a bad idea after all, and then accept the idea, right? That has happened a lot. Also, to me, it has happened to other people. People change their perspectives over time, right? They have different goals, different priorities, and so that makes things possible. If you're working in an organization and you want to get a project through, then another strategy would be to just wait for people to change. Let's say a new board gets elected, and then you have different people on the board, and then you can basically approach the board again, and maybe you have a better perspective on getting your ideas through. So that's something that you can do against pushbacks. Then, well, it's kind of sad, but this does happen. You have to deal with attacks. People who, just love doing something against you. It's not always clear why. Sometimes people just, like to make feel other people, frustrated. Who sometimes they even have bad intentions. Sometimes it's just, their own arrogance or ignorance. It always hurts. It's always something that is, many people take personally. I can just recommend to not take these things personally. It's also usually a good idea to either ignore the attacks that are coming in or to simply react very, very slowly to those attacks. Because my experience with these attacks is, and especially with the attackers themselves, is that they simply lose interest after a while. So if you just steadily keep on going with whatever you're doing, the attackers will just go away and then, not be interested in attacking you again. Or maybe they come back after a while, but in that period you have your peace of mind and you can continue doing what you want to do. So it's very important to first not take it personally, and second to try to deal with these things in an open way. For example, you can talk to other people about these attacks and then basically get their perspective on the attack. This reduces stress because you don't have to take on all the load anymore, and you also learn new perspectives. Maybe there's something that you've done, or maybe your project is moving in a direction that makes people trigger on certain things, certain aspects, and then when you talk to other people, you can learn these perspectives, and then maybe you can change your approach or your perspectives or your project in a slight way, and then you can reduce the attack surface. Okay, let's check the questions. Ooh, lots of questions. Peter, are you going to read them out, or we just do those at the end?
Sorry, is it echo here? Okay. Now I read question for you. We have first question is, what's your experience of running communities for such a long time? Community members come and go. How does the whole community keep going?
That's a very good question. So the what I call churn is basically people leaving the communities and then new people entering. This is something that all the communities have to address, especially if you have long-running projects or long-running communities, like the PSF, for example, had that issue. The PSF used to vote in board members every single year. And often enough, the board members, the board changed too much, so that too many board members left, too many new people came in, so that the first few months were just spent on educating those new members on what the PSF board actually does and how everything works. And that was considered to not really scale very well. So what's happening now is that the board members are voted in for, I think it's 3 years, and then we only have a number of seats in the board which get re-elected, so that you don't have to churn that much. So that's one idea. For EuroPython, basically for the EuroPython society, it does actually work quite well with voting in new boards every year, because we have lots less churn. There are, not that many people going in and out. And we do have the work groups, which are basically kept from year to year. So they don't change that much either. And onboarding people is a lot easier that way. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And another question is, what will you suggest for maintaining for open source code?
You mean how to approach the maintenance part of open source? So let's say you've created a project, and then of course people will start using the project and then will expect you to maintain it forever. Ideally, that's what users will typically want from you. Of course, sometimes you just move to other projects, and so it doesn't really you don't have that much energy. In that case, what you can do is you can just put your project up on GitHub, and then you can ask for someone else to take over. Because it's not necessarily so that you are still interested in your project. If you are still interested, of course, you can keep going as long as you like, and you can try to get more people interested in maintaining it and get more help, and that will then basically make the project go on for quite a long time. That's what's happening with lots of very popular projects. So basically the initial developers, they then phase out their contributions, and new people come in and they grow into the maintenance position, and then can take care of that project going onwards. Okay, next one.
Okay, so next question is, how you ever consider devoting your passion to other promising programming language communities, such as Rust, and why?
Very good question. Yes. So, like I said in the beginning, I was a C programmer, and I very much liked C programming. And but then Python basically made everything much easier. Nowadays, there are new languages like Rust, for example, which would be an alternative to C. I've had a look at Rust, but I've not really had time so far to really look into it deeply and to look at that language in closer. I also basically had a try to learn Go, which would be another alternative. But again, I didn't really have enough time for working on that. So that's something that, unfortunately, because I'm spending lots of time on commercial projects nowadays and managing teams and working as CTO and so on. So I don't have a lot of time to invest into those things anymore. So I did consider it, but so far I've not really had time to look into it. Maybe in the coming years, who knows?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe I can.
Energy. Yeah.
Yeah. So
please.
maybe we can just continue the slides now, and then we can have the other questions later on. Okay.
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 Director, please. Mark want to. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, good. So I can continue. So some thoughts on leadership. Leadership is something that you normally don't, think about when getting into these things like open source or communities. But sooner or later, depending on what you're doing or how much following your project gets, or your whatever you work on as a community member, you find yourself in a leadership role. And even though if you may not really want to be a leadership role, you simply have to deal with it, and you have to take care of your team and then start working in a team and make them feel comfortable and do something together that actually makes sense, is enjoyable for everyone, and gets you to the goal that you have. So this is something that you have to consider as well. Now, the bad news is that leadership in OSS and communities can actually be very hard. The main obstacle that you have in compared to a commercial setting is that delegating work doesn't work reliably in OSS or community work. The problem is that people can because they're all volunteers like yourself, right? They can simply walk away. They can not deliver on time, and that makes things very difficult if you're actually planning for a certain deadline, let's say, or you're planning for a milestone. This is something that you always have to keep in mind when leading a team. You have to take the possibility of people not actually getting stuff done into perspective. Of course, this happens in commercial settings as well, but there, if you have other ways of getting people to do what they're supposed to do, this doesn't work in OSS. Something else that if you're applying a bit of control, then that is always or often considered as distrust, which of course isn't true. I mean, it's not like you're not trusting that person. It's just that you want to know where things currently are so that you can actually then address that and then manage the project in a way that still... and the second thing is authority. People have to accept you as the leader, right? So you have to have some kind of authority. Authority, especially in open source and communities, is often questioned, and that makes things hard as well. There's an easy way around this. You can just do consensus, but you will, of course, have issues where you cannot reach consensus, and so consensus building will not get you to your goal. And so you have to be considerate of all these things. If you are, then you can still make it happen. You also have to be careful that everyone is aware of the expectations and everyone is aware of the working environment that you want to use for implementing your leadership or implementing your team. So it's important to discuss with your peers about what kind of management you want to use, what kinds of assumptions you make and they make. And especially in terms of authority, it's important to document the various roles and responsibilities so that everyone is on the same page. Because otherwise, if you do too many things implicit, then this will cause conflict sooner or later. And something that's very important for time-critical situations, because you have this issue that you cannot really, delegate work in a reliable way. You have to sometimes, as a leader, you have to sometimes override responsibilities that others in your team have, simply because you have to make sure that certain things are done by a certain deadline. This is, for example, in conference organization, this is very, very important, because when you run a large conference, there are so many other people relying on your decisions that you cannot miss the deadlines. You have to stick to the deadlines. You have to make sure, for example, that let's say something simple, your badges are printed, right? So that you can give out badges at the conference. Or you have to make sure that the graphics are delivered to the conference venue so that they can start, preparing everything, printing your banners and so on. Or you have to order certain gadgets from, let's say, Amazon or some other service, so that you have all the office supplies at the conference. There are lots of these small things. Or let's say you want to open your website, the ticket shop. You have to make sure that the ticket shop is properly set up and you can actually launch the ticket sales. It's work, so you have to go and test it. There are lots of these small things, and sometimes people who should be in charge of these things are not necessarily doing things in a way that allows you to meet those deadlines. And so in those cases, you need to override, which is something that you would normally not do. But in those cases, it's necessary. And you have to do it as long as you clearly communicate this, this should be fine. Then you have to do a reality check, right? So basically, there's life outside of OSS. So you have to plan for delays. You have to have a backup plan for everything. You have to be aware that we are all humans, right? We make mistakes. We use the wrong words, and we are sometimes stressed. So you shouldn't take things as an offense. Instead, you should try to just calm things down a bit. And you have to do the same with communications. You have to set the expectations right. You have to tell other people about how you communicate. There are some people who prefer the very direct way of communicating. There are other people who want to have everything wrapped in nice words. Those two groups, they don't go well together, right? So you have to make sure that everyone in your team knows, for example, how you communicate, and you have to know how everyone else communicates so that you can avoid misunderstandings. There's something with text communication that people sometimes forget, is that it's very low bandwidth, so it's hard to express your opinions. If something, starts to go wrong, you should seek mediation for this and, ask other people to maybe help. You have to motivate people as a leader, right? You have to set a good working example of working hard, and you have to try to delegate as much work as you can to other people because they want to feel needed, right? And you have to share the knowledge that you have so that they can do this. You have to say thank you more often than you probably think. This is the way that people in a team get recognition, right? And even if you don't hear a lot of thank yous and you don't get a lot of recognition for your team, it's really, really necessary. And you have to show pride and passion, because that's what drives other people as well. And then at the end of the day, at some point in your project or community work, you want to exit, right? And so you have to plan for the exit. And that needs some time. You need to find a good time to leave. You need to prepare the exit, find a new project, and then move on. So, I talked about lots of, maybe negative things, but I just want to make you aware of these things so that you can better plan for them, and then you have a good solution. So the main takeaways here are, if I still can finish this slide, Peter. The main takeaways are...
yes.
Yes, okay. So you need to make sure that you enjoy what you're doing. I mean, that's the main driver that you have. You need to reward yourself. You should take breaks when needed. Sometimes things take longer, that's okay. And when you need to lead a team, you should manage the expectations, always have a backup plan so that you can meet your deadlines, and you need to share your inspiration so that things can actually work out for everyone. So that's all I had, and this slide is my last slide. So never stop to learn, always try out new things. And these are very exciting times. So even though Python is already very big, it's going to get huge in the next couple of years. And so there's lots of stuff that you can do, lots of things that you can get into, lots of communities you can enter, or you can start yourself. So please do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark, and very gorgeous talk. And maybe we still have time to answer 1 or 2 questions. So first question is, how do you motivate yourself? It's difficult for sometimes to need to convince people to do good things instead of just start caring and walk away.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So typically my motivator for projects is I'm a very stubborn person. So if I think something is good for Python, something is good for communities, then I really try to push that idea, and that's my driver. And because I really like Python, I then try to convince other people that this is something that needs to be done. It's good, and that's how I keep going. For other people, this is indeed something that you have to ask yourself. How are you going to motivate yourself if too many people will push you back? I don't have a good answer for that. It's like I said, you can try outside the community, or you can do something on your own first and then come back to the other people and maybe convince them that way.
Yeah, and we have still have some questions unanswered, but we are running out of time. So the session comes to an end, and thank you for all your listening. And Mark will transfer to Mingle Lunch in Gather Tang. So if you still have something want to discuss with Mark, please go there. And yeah, so next session will start at 4:40 now. So let's
Okay.
thank you, Mark, and please don't go away.
Thank you.
大家好，久等了，欢迎又来到 Lightning Talk 的时间。那刚才我们 delay 了一下，因为我们决定在中间安插一个桥段，就是我们决定先来抽大地游戏的抽奖。好，那我们刚才其实在测一个抽奖工具怎么用，不过我也没试过，我们就开始看看会发生什么事。好，那首先我们要抽出的第一个奖项是肯德基的优惠券2张。那我现在要抽出了，谁是幸运的得奖者呢？噔噔噔。然后第一位是林婉竹吗？OK， 所以这是第一位得奖者，那我还有下一位得奖者，他看起来是一个一个抽的。好，那我就可能要花一些时间做这些事。好，可能那个后台有人帮我记一下这个名字，因为我突然想到这个东西好像没有存档。好，那我现在要做下一抽，抽奖。黄秋旭，好，这是一个挑战我中文能力的工具。好，那我们现在肯德基2位都抽出了，那接下来我们要抽出下一个奖项，星巴克的礼券3张。噔噔噔，开始。好，JoJo，这个好像有点熟悉的名字。下一位。高德凯，好，恭喜2位得到星巴克，是不是还有一个？好，还有一个。好，恭喜这3位就是我们今天的星巴克得奖者。那接下来我们要抽出的是天龙书局的折价券15张。那我可能要点15次这样子。好，那我点快一点。第一位林子玉，好，下一位陈佩，好，再来下一位陈冠伦，下一位许少义，好，下一位邵伯恩，下一位朱哲伟，再来下一位戴家俊，下一位郭超旺，再来是高正伦，是辅宣环吧？辅宣环。好，然后如果是健身环的话，就会跟我说加油，只剩没几组了这样子。再来是 Travis， 还有4位，陈炯庭，再来。张简宏明，下一位张新平，再来最后一位谢明格。好，那这以上就是我们15位幸运的天龙书局折价券得奖者。那接下来下一个奖项是PyCon 全免优待票2张，哎呦，这个价值不得了咯。应该我们的票原价应该是2600，我没有记错的话。这边是写铁粉票，不过大家知道就是那个意思。好，首先第一位得奖者是李伟华，好，记得明年要来用这张票哦。再来下一位许嘉恒。好，以上是 PyCon 铁粉票，也是全免优待票的部分。那还有比这个更大的奖项吗？有的，就是我们的最大奖 PyCon 国际票。这个票是什么？我跟大家解释一下，就是我们知道我们全世界都有 都有 PyCon 这样的会议组织。那我们其实也是鼓励会众，就是除了参加台湾的 PyCon 以外，也可以去参加国际上各种每个国家的 PyCon 这样子，去看看别人的 PyCon 是怎么办的。那好，我们就来抽出这唯一的一位幸运儿。等一下，好，没事，当作没看到。这位幸运人是谁呢？李文友，恭喜你，你是我们今天最大奖的获得人。好，然后以上奖项的话，我们之后会 email 通知得奖者。那应该是没有重复啦。那如果有重复的话，我们就会私下再重复抽签。那以上是我们PyCon 大地游戏的抽奖部分。好，那我们现在就准备进入到 Lightning Talk 的部分。我看一下哦。那我们今天的 Lightning Talk 也是跟昨天一样，我们有5位分享者要来分享，每个人有5分钟的时间来分享他们，奇妙的想法这样子。那我们先来欢迎，第一位讲者进来了吗？第一位应该是威利亚，我不知道是不是这样念，如果我念错的话，自己再更正一下。他要分享如何有效率的在591上找房，哎呦，蛮实用的这样子。好，那请导播投一下。威迪亚，你可以开始了。不好意思，你的麦克风没有开。小时钟不要等他，我们继续计时。
出事啦！如何有效率在591上找房子？我是谁呢？我是维达，完了，当然给他搜寻的话可以看 维达 Home TW 维达 Home TW， 然后我是群晖科技的软体工程师，前一个主管跑掉，现在主管很开心。号称有5年Python资历，但其实只会写小玩具而已，因为工作上用不到Python。我的偶像是 NiceCode 关大伟，这是个因为很厉害又会写 code 人，然后欢迎大家有兴趣可以关注一下这个人。然后先看一下我以前有做2个 side project， 一个是 Google Chrome 上面的extension 叫做 Marc-Andre Lemburg， 这个放2年了，只有48使用者，然后没什么人在用。然后第二个 side project 呢是一个叫 GPG Indicator 的东西，这是一个 VS Code 的 extension， 截至昨天为止已经有1396个人下载了。如果在座各位平常在卡密有用 GPG Key 签章的，欢迎用一下这个 extension， 我是觉得非常棒。好，回到今天正题，591房屋交易，这边觉得没有工商，我觉得这东西有够难用的，但它是有一些优点啊，就是它房子数量很多，大家可以看到像大家网络上搜寻到这个页面，它有非常丰富的筛选条件，就是你可以滤到你想要的东西，但是它的缺点是你无法去记录说哪些是你看过房子，你可能今天看时间，然后明天又看时间，但是当中有很多间是你已经看过，但是你又忘记，你又重复看，然后就浪费你自己的时间。那它是有个爱心的功能，就是有点像加我最爱一样，你可以把你比较想要重复仔细看的房子先加入到最爱里面，但是它没有一个好的方式去让你去留下注解，就你可能跟房东洽谈好的资讯，就没有什么地方可以让你去很好的管理这些资讯。好，所以我们今天做的东西是 Simple 591 Caller，那这个东西是什么呢？就是它有的 feature 是它可以帮你去扫描符合你需要的条件的房子，它就可以避免说你同一个房子一直看，然后它可以帮你绘出 CSV，那可以方便你去做后续的资料筛选以及你想要怎么整理这些资料就怎么整理这些资料。然后我们有支援 FTTT， 就是你如果有新的房子被扫描到，那你就可以及时收到通知，那你就可以放心的上班，不用一直盯着591的网站看。这个东西怎么用呢？首先你要先打开591的那个租的网页，那你最上面就可以看到有很多东西可以点了，像是你要独立靠房啊，你要多少钱啊，然后你要不要开火，然后这些独立扣的那个选项把它点一点。那这东西点完之后呢，你就会在网址列上看到一个很长的网址，那你把它换行一下之后，大概就像这样，你上面有选的条件就会变成这边的参数。那这些参数有之后呢，你就打开我们的 project， 然后这边有个 sample 声音档，可以把它从这边复制出来，然后就把前页那个 URL 后面的参数把它全部把它填进去，把它填好。那这东西填好之后呢，你就可以来跑我们的工具啦。跑很简单，你就下一个 web 591 py， 然后解析是刚刚设定的档，然后后面带一个 scan， 然后它就执行一下，东西就会开始跑。那你可以看这个东西在跑的时候，你就看到说比方说你看有一个是川路附近的大楼啊，然后它是月租12500啊，然后13坪啊，然后后面会有连结给你，然后就可以把它点进去看一下这个 图片，看是不是你想要的，不想要就给它踢掉了。那前一个这个工具啊，我们捞到的东西会放到 database 里面。那你可以再用另外一个工具叫 export.py， 然后可以把你的资料从 database 里面汇出来，汇成一个 CSV。那大概就像这个样子。然后前面就是那个房子 ID， 这是我们来作为判断这个房子有没有重复的一个依据，就是 ID 在这边。那你这东西汇出之后，你就可以再汇到你想要的那个那个什么 Excel 这些软体，或是我自己喜欢用那个 Google Spreadsheet， 你就可以把它汇进去。然后后面你就可以再自己加自己想要的。
没事，你继续，时间正在倒数。
好，这边就是像这样啊，你想怎么整理就怎么整理，嘿。然后好，那关于收通这个功能呢，你可以在 FTP 上面设定一个微库拿 token， 那这个网上很多教学网这边就不再讲。那在设定档面呢，有一个 show not find， 把它打开，然后把你的 token 放进去。那这东西设完之后呢，你只要有新房子，你就会收到信。那你如果手机上有设定那个你的信件通知的话，那你每次有新房子来的时候，就震一下，那你就可以第一时间去点进去看你的房子。那如果有喜欢的话，马上跟房东联络，要展现你自己的热忱。然后这个时候你就可以放心上班啦。今天是PyCon嘛，所以还要讲一点跟 Python 相关的东西。我们这个 project 虽然说很小，但是有那个跟大型专案一样的品质。我们这整个专案是 type safe 的，就是我们所需要的界面啊，我都会把它定出来。好，然后那个比方说这 scanner 是我们主要的业务逻辑的地方嘛，那个它就会透过 interface 去使用我们的 storage， 然后 storage 的始作就在这边。那在我的 main program 里面呢，我们的 storage 和那个 scanner 两个 object 弄出来，我们在做依赖注入的时候，它就会很好清别检查，也可以在那个所以你真的跑起来之前，你有哪边写错、拼字错，然后统统帮你检查出来。然后第二个部分呢，是我有完整的业务逻辑和外部操作逻辑的分离。像说我的store 在这边，然后你会定义它的 CI 等下给它 number 把这些东西定义出来。那我这使用到的地方就是 store， 然后做括号一个，然后 ID 把号数放进去就好了，非常简单，非常漂亮。好，然后最后就是祝大家都找到心中最理想的房子啊！虽然是买不起没关系。关键重要是为大 home TW rent house， 那你这边搜第一个应该就是了。然后这边是我给它连接，以及这是我们的 blog。那个后面会再放到在上面，然后欢迎大家按赞、订阅、看小章。这边是非常多的，谢谢大家，拜拜，拜拜，拜拜。
3、2，时间到，好，看起来是一位我们擅长 Lightning Talk 的朋友呢。然后我们来看看我们在 Tang 上留言哦。我们在 Tang 上说，哇靠，又快又清楚，这个语速差滴滴滴滴。然后听说他还是昨天在 PyNight 上有演出，其实我不知道他演出什么。好，没关系，我回去再看录影。然后顺便提一下，我们现在同时也会看大家在 Tang 留言，就是现在 Tang 上，我们现在有很多的朋友一起看我们的 Lightning Code 实况，那大概有1-2千人吧，对。那就是如果你还没有上去的话，就是赶快上去，然后也欢迎在文字栏分享你的留言。那接下来我们马上邀请我们的下一位讲者是 TP 要分享 Airflow 2.2， 好 ，TP 准备好了吗？
好，来吧，
就开始喽。
好，这个就是 Airflow 2.2， 然后我是 Astronomer 工程师，然后我是 TP， 然后我是谁其实不是很重要，因为我今天是要讲Airflow 的东西。好，那首先介绍一下我们公司，我们公司就是专门做 Airflow 的东西，然后我们有 70% 的开发都是在 Airflow 上面，然后我们会有一个叫 Certified Airflow， 然后我们会部署到 Astronomer Cloud 跟 Astronomer Enterprise， 就是可以帮你们部署好，这样你们就不用自己布 Airflow， 因为 deploy Airflow 是出了名的困难。那 Airflow 如果你不知道 Airflow 是什么东西，反正这个是公司说要放的，但是我觉得没有时间讲，所以就算了。那 Airflow 2.2 主要我们会有3个大东西，然后还有一堆小东西列不完。那3个大东西就是 Data Interval、Timetable 跟 Async Sensor。好。Data Interval 就是说有用过 Airflow， 如果你没有用过 Airflow 的话，你就应该是就可以先休息一下，因为 Airflow 2.2 应该是跟对新 Airflow 的人反正就是装嘛，不会有什么感觉。Data Interval 基本上就是用过 Airflow 都知道有一个东西叫 Execution Date， 非常难懂，没有人搞得懂。然后为什么我这个 Date Run 是在 Next Execution Date 才跑，这是完全不合逻辑的东西，所以我们要把这个东西全部 deprecate 掉。然后取代的东西就是一个叫 data interval 的东西。那这个东西呢，就是当你一个 DAG 在跑的时候，就一个 DAG run 在执行的时候，它会有一个叫 data interval 的参数，然后提供你就是一段之前的时间，就是告诉你说这个 DAG run 是作用在哪个时间段。那这个 DAG interval 开始其实就是之前 execution day， 然后它的结束就是 next execution day， 所以就不会有这个就是莫名其妙的 terminology。然后我们会新增一个叫做 run after 的东西，也就是说在传统的 execution day 上面 next 就是data interval 结束，但是我们之后就可以把 run after 跟 data interval 跳出来。所以例如说你就可以我要拉前一天的资料5页到5页，但是我这个 DAG 是8点才跑，这样一些很奇怪的事情。那这个东西要怎么办到呢？就是要用到第二个功能，就是 timetable。那这东西大概一半是我写的，就是在 DAG 里面我们可以指定 schedule interval 去，就是指定说 DAG 什么时候要执行。那这个东西在 L4 internal 的东西我们就叫 timetable。那我们就把这个东西现在开放出来给大家 implement 自己的 timetable， 然后你就直接用下面这一行塞到 DAG 里面，然后它就可以用你自己的逻辑，然后你想要它什么时候跑就什么时候跑，然后 schedule 会在就是跑上一个 DAG run 的时候问你说，下一个 DAG run 你觉得什么时候要执行呢？那你就跟他讲就好。那说，那你要抓那个下一个 DAG run 你要抓什么时候的资料，你就可以用 data interval 去告诉他。好，那在 asynchronous sensor， 那之前那个 PyCon 好几年之前就是有请到一位 Django code developer 叫 Andrew Garwin。Andrew Garwin 目前也是 Astronomer 的员工，然后他进来 Astronomer 员工第一个月就写了一个新功能，非常的屌爆，跟我完全不一样。那这东西就是 asynchronous sensor。那如果你认识 Andrew Garwin 的话，就知道他是 Django async 的一个先驱，然后他就帮 L4 也做一个类似的东西。那这东西基本上就跟在 Web Server 里面做 async 差不多，就是L4 会多出一个指令叫L4 trigger。那之前的sensor 如果你放到一个 worker 里面的话 worker 就会被 block 住。那现在如果 worker 放了一个 asynchronous sensor 的话 asynchronous sensor 就会 yield 嘛，然后 worker 就可以继续跑其他的工作。那当这个 sensor 的条件被满足的时候 trigger 就会回去 trigger 那个 worker 叫他继续跑，那就是 asynchronous sensor。那这东西只是一小部分。那下个礼拜，这礼拜几啊？好像是礼拜4吧，忘记了。然后就是我们的那个 lead developer， 就是Ashburn Taylor 会做一个非常完整的演讲。然后这东西是美国时间，所以是台湾时间的凌晨2点还是1点。那就是大家都说，就是美国人为什么这么厉害，就是因为我们在睡觉的时候，他们都在工作。那所以说，就是大家请不要睡觉，就一起来看这个。那这个东西在那个 Astronomer 官方网站上面都可以找到，就是可以报名的地方，只要先 RSVP。OK， 那听说 Astronomer 就是在 recruiting， 但是我也不知道有 recruiting 什么位置，但是进来差不多就是可以当我同事，然后可能会跟我讲到话，这样好像也没有什么太棒的地方，大概就是这样吧。应该还有剩很多时间，不过我也不想讲很多，因为明天又要上班了，有点忧郁。
好，那我们谢谢 TP。那以 Lighting Talk 来说，真的是相当无聊这样子。不过呢，就是我可以打标票，他就是技术高手，所以你对 Airflow 有兴趣的话，就是欢迎会后找他聊聊。那我们就是废话也不多说，我们就来看下一位讲者。下一位讲者是 Marc-Andre 志工佑佑，他要来分享 Marc-Andre 2021开箱真香这样子。好，佑佑准备好了吗？准备好了就准备上咯。好，那就开始。
好，那大家好，我是 Marc-Andre 今年的公关组志工佑佑。对，然后我今天要讲的主题是 Marc-Andre 2021开箱真香。那我们现在一般票现在正在开卖中，大家可以赶快去抢票哦。好，那就首先来介绍一下 Marc-Andre 这个研讨会。那今年是办在10月23、24号，然后我们跟 PyCon 一样是一个线上的研讨会。好，那我们 Marc-Andre 其实就是南台湾最大的行动科技年会啦。对，然后我们今年是办的第10年，所以我们也算是一个老字号的行动科技年会了。那我们今年的主题是时光机，大家可以看到后面这个虫洞，就是我们穿越这个虫洞就可以回到10年之前，然后大家可以搭乘一下我们的时光机，在这边右上角。然后我们今年也是用 Tang 来举办我们的大会。那我们会有40个以上的多元议程，然后还有一些全新活动企划，在今年都会有展出这样子。那这些企划是什么呢？那我们就慢慢来看一下。 那在讲我们今年的议程之前，我们先来回顾一下我们2020为什么我们是最大的南部最大的科技年会？因为我们在2天内，我们一共有超过1000人的与会人数。那我们还有超过30家的知名企业赞助。那所以如果你想要求职，或者是企业想要过来征才，其实都还蛮欢迎的。然后我们在议程结束的时候，其实也会发一个问卷。那我们的议程满意度是高达98%。那我们今年的议程主题就是有上面出现的这些。那我们最主要推的是因为我们是行动科技年会嘛，那所以我们会比较推行动科技。然后今年还有比较推 AIoT， 对，然后还有延伸到其他的像是 Open Source 或者是 Web 或者是 UI/UX 的一些议题。那我们就先来偷偷看一下我们的 AI 的议程有谁。那有我比较认识，因为我本身是学生，我比较认识的是像是李弘毅。那只要是资讯相关背景的学生，对他一定不陌生，大家一定都看过他的那个机器学习影片嘛。然后以及刚刚有来我们那个摊位的尤腾林，对，腾林他刚刚来我们摊位，然后还加我好友，对。然后其他人可能因为我是学生，所以我比较不认识啊，可能业界工程师比较熟悉这样子。那大家有兴趣的话，都可以到我们官网去看更多的议程哦。然后那再来就是一些机密文件啊，这是都还没有公开的，就直接先在那个 PyCon 公开一下，就是我们的 panel 议程。那我们的 panel 是面对产业快速变迁、学不完的新技术，身为工程师的我们如何自救？对，我们邀请到了 J-Serve， 然后还有台大的叶秉成，然后还有 Danny Huang 跟一个高雄的学生开发团队，他们是3位高中生，然后他们因为疫情，然后开发一个签到系统给学校的老师使用。那我们会举办一个议程让他们对谈，然后还有一些QA 的时段。那大家会不会很期待啊？如果期待的话，可以赶快扫描 QR code 哦。那因为时间关系，我就不停留在这边太久了，大家可以按暂停或者是往回放。好，那刚刚有讲到我们有特殊的活动，那特殊的活动有3个，其中一个就是我们会邀请我们Marc-Andre的志工来分享他们不管是工作经验或者是参与社群的经历，像是这个第1集就是邀请到我们产品长的谚语，然后这是我们的访谈志工 Eric， 对，然后我们第一集是有关设计的，然后后面还有一些后端的或者是 DevOps、CI/CD 的，那大家有兴趣都可以去订阅我的 Marc-Andre 的 YouTube 频道。那再来是我们今年其实跟那个 PyCon 很像，就是我们也有出 Podcast， 然后我记得 COSCUP 也有出 Podcast， 那我们今年也是也有跟上这个时代的潮流。那我们目前有2集，那第1集是总招，我们今年的总招的分享。那第二集是我们的产品长，就是刚刚提到的谚语，那他也有在 Podcast 跟我们分享一些事情。那第3件比较酷的事情就是我们 MoCon 出一个 VTuber 啦，也就是我们的 Mo 娘。以往来说 Mo 娘其实都是2D 的，然后去年甚至晋升成3D， 今年我们甚至赋予她灵魂，让她可以讲话，甚至还可以动，然后她甚至在 YouTube 上面开直播。那大家可以去订阅她的频道，那我们就先来偷偷看一下她都在做什么吧。对，我不知道大家听不听得到声音呢？对，大家可以来订阅一下他的频道，叫做魔师妹，高雄魔术妹。对，如果听不到声音的话也没关系，我觉得光看画面就很棒了。对，好，那反正就是真香。对，为什么题目是真香？就是因为这样子。好，那就是再提到一次，就是我们今年是10月23，然后10月24，然后大家可以扫描 QR code 哦。好，结束。
2、1。好，那谢谢佑佑给我们的分享，然后就是因为一个就算转线上还是坚持浊水溪以南的研讨会这样子。那我们刚刚趟上看到有很多MoCon亲卫队在就是对在帮忙护航这样子，不过他们没有送我免费票，我就不念他们的留言了这样子。好，然后我们就马上介绍下一位讲者，下一位讲者是林婉竹，那他要分享 PyCon Spring。Python Solidify Python。 好，那婉竹准备好了吗？哦，听说你麦克风没开。
喂，
你可能要把你的 Gather Tang 关掉，因为它现在有 echo。 对，就是留你的 Google Meet 就好。好，那就不管你哦，开始。
好，开始了。哦，嗨，大家好，我是婉竹，今年是我第一次参加PyCon，然后也是第一次参加 PyCon Sprint， 这样，所以我想在座的各位应该都有参加 PyCon Conference 的部分，但不一定会参加 PyCon Sprint， 所以我就来分享一下上个礼拜我参加的过程跟心得这样。然后上礼拜其实在参加 PyCon Sprint 之前呢，我就已经决定好我要去第一个专案，就是做那个就是 Loki 的 NLP 相关的专案这样。但是呢我就听大家大会一开始的介绍，这样介绍，然后到了第8个的时候呢，我就突然被他烧到，想说这个实在是太有趣了，我就立马跳槽去那个Solid File Python。这个名字一开始其实听不出来它到底是在做什么的。其实 Solid File Python 的话，它是想要先介绍 Solid 哈，它是一个就是protocol， 它的目标的话是希望可以把资料，然后还有使用者的 privacy 都回归到使用者，就是使用 Web 的人自己身上这样子。然后发起人的话就是那个 Web 的creator， 然后他的初心就是认为 Web 应该是要给所有人的，但是现在可能都已经被就是主要的大科技公司把持住了。虽然现在大家有试着在解决这个问题但是因为就是只靠可能 GDPR 等等法律方式的话，可能略有不足。那在技术方面我可以怎么进行呢？所以他就想要就是用这个 Solid 这个方式。那这个方式的话，目前已经有一些政府在试着应用，然后有 build 的一个生态系这样。然后它的套件的话，现在主要是在 JavaScript 上面，因为毕竟是 for Web 的。然后它的实作方式的话，简单来说就是它希望把资料都集中管理到一个 pod 上面，然后那个pod server 的话，它的权限的开放与否就是使用者可以自己决定。然后在上面的就是身份认证的话，就是靠 Web ID， 然后一样就是这个 Web ID， 就是你要不要提它的那个身份认证，就有点像你现在用Google 或 Facebook 登录其他使用界面这样子。然后所以 Solid File Python 的话，就是希望可以借接这个Solid 这个 protocol 跟 Python 的 community 这样子。然后这是我那天听到的简介。然后我们那天做了什么呢？就是主要有这些 issue 嘛。然后就是主持人有让我们选择说，我们可能可以使用，可以去自己选自己想要做的。所以那时候有人做 high level file operation method， 然后有人做structured data 这部分。然后我那个时候是选择做这个 authentication 的部分。所以这是我们那天后来做的东西。high level 的部分的话，就有一个人他去做这一块，就是他研读了要怎么样把那个 file 可以 rename delete 等等的，就比较 high level 的部分。然后 structured data 的部分的话，就是他希望可以实做 RDF 到就是可以直接用这个套件，然后去控制那个 RDF 的 data structure 这样。然后这个 OIDC 的部分的话，我们那天就是因为我过去其实不太了解就是这个 OAuth 2跟 OIDC 的部分，然后当天光了解这一块就其实花了我大概3个小时这样。但我觉得这些还是蛮有趣的一个过程，就是我对主要被烧到的原因就是因为想要可以直接看 protocol， 然后开始实做一个就是套件，就觉得很酷很强，没有做过这样的感觉。然后所以这就是当天的主要的感想，就是觉得很好玩。然后我觉得也是个敲门砖，就是因为以前没有参与过这样的过程，它会让你有个起头，然后比较了解可能这个 community 大家是怎么一起运作的等等之类的。然后我的分享大概就到这里。然后有些如果想要问我其他的心得或感想的话，下面有我 Discord 的 ID，就是可以在 channel 里面找到我这样子。好，谢谢大家。
好，那谢谢婉竹的分享。那我们从GitHub讨论区看到，就是说大家就是相较于他的演说内容，好像更关注就是他后面的虫鸣鸟叫的声音这样子。好，那快乐时光总是过得特别快，到我们最后一位讲者。最后一位讲者是他留言，我不知道他是谁，他就说他是 PyCon TW 志工，然后他说是他的主题是你所不知道的 Tang。那我们来欢迎这一位神秘的志工。好，还没进来吗？我邀请了进来。那这位神秘客到底是谁呢？
听说他刚刚有中奖。
哦，你再不进来，那个李维就要把我推走哦。
你可以先分享你的荧幕。
好，小时钟，我们不要管他了，我们开始计时吧。哦，原来，好，请你开始。
我麦克风没开，好，谢谢大家。大家好，我跟你说，我现在不紧张，我不紧张哈，我有5分钟。然后呢，我要说什么？好，我要说的是，在闪电秀会场的大家，麻烦如果你有戴着耳机，然后你确定你的空间呢是没有如果你确定你的空间是没有噪音的状况呢，就把麦克风打开吧。为什么呢？因为我觉得我想要的闪电秀空间是一个我可以听到大家互动的地方，所以就是来互动起来吼。好，那我在第1页已经晃了很久了。那我这边要讲的内容就是说，我要告诉你们PyCon的会场怎么做的。好，如果你是没有戴耳机的，不要开你的麦克风，因为我听得到你的声音。如果你没有戴耳机，就不要开麦克风哦，因为这样我会听到。
4分钟啊，舅舅。
没关系，我的时间很够，我知道我今天要讲什么。好，谢谢，我知道了。好，会有回音。如果你有戴耳机的话，应该我就不会听到你的回音啦，是还好。好，那我要继续了哦，因为时间不够了。好，第一个会场的状态，会场的诞生需要一群人。那个一个人是不行的，所以呢，这个会场不是我生的，真的不是会场是整个PyCon的志工生的，必须要讲。好，那当初帮助我的人有谁呢？就是整个赞助组，还有场务组，主要就是这个会场的推手，但其实是整个各种的族群，因为我们那时候在想会场的时候，一开始是要做线下的，所以就是大家各自可以有很多的想法可以放进来。可是当我们面临疫情要进入到线上的时候，就变成每个人都不知道线上怎么做，因为就是线上这个东西，首先你要用哪一个工具哦？要用 Tang， 哇，它好新哦，到底要怎么使用 Tang 啊？所以就是开始有很多问题，那就很需要跨组的交流去讨论说，你们那组想要做什么活动，你们那组需要什么内容，然后去确认需求，而且要激荡创意，因为很多时候我想的内容根本就不合用，你知道吗？我自己一个人想，那想完以后再拿去就发现完全错方向了，因为对方他们想要的东西不是长这样的，所以要很多的讨论去设想说这个使用者情境到底一个虚拟会场应该长怎么样才是大家喜欢的，大家爱的。好，那在那个闪电秀现场的大家，如果你喜欢这个会场，拜托爱心刷起来好不好？给我爱心，给我爱心。好，那我要继续往下了吼。好，第一次办线上大会，我跟你说，我也是第一次。那怎么办？我根本不知道 Tang 怎么用，所以就是开始扫资源，网络上的各种资源到底可以去哪里找？然后他的 Facebook 其实有一个很棒的 Tang 的线上社团，然后这个线上社团它是可以帮助你去说，就是你可以提各种提问，然后很多人他会分享他的会场资料。对，谢谢然后你就可以分享你的资料。那这个资料呢，我就去体验了很多人自己盖的 Tang， 然后就发现 Tang 有非常多的可能性，这样子。 好，然后就因此这样去认识 GatherTown 的奇幻世界。好，那第一个就是我要去了解 GatherTown 可以干嘛，所以我们在那个现场就有那个运作的机制跟物件，然后去看说GatherTown 到底可以做什么事情，然后它的空间串联是怎么样，它有一些很硬的一些工作的空间的架设跟建设，然后我们会场的需求，我们其实不只有台湾人，不只有中文的嘛，所以我们要有一些语言的使用，这样子。好，然后再来去收集啊，我们要有广播啊，有赞助组啊，有这个闪电秀之类的。好，那再来就是这个会场空间，它到底应该要是什么样子？好，这个会场空间实体跟虚拟到底有什么差别？因为实体空间其实我们很需要隔阂，很需要隔开，我们甚至想要做一个中研院的副科。可是老实说，虚拟空间不需要，因为虚拟空间呢，它就是我们很方便的可以把别人麦克风关掉，我们很快的可以画出一个框架，然后而且如果在虚拟空间要走很远也是很麻烦的事情。我跟你说，我已经去过太多GatherTown会场，你真的走到死，而且你根本无法想象出那个会场到底它的格局长怎样。我不要这种东西，我告诉你，我们这个会场好不好走，我们会场好不好用，就是很好走，就是很好用嘛。有人迷路吗？谁迷路来告诉我，我等一下再带你导览一次。我跟你说。好，那所以会场我已经知道了，那再来就是去想象会场的风格，我们的会场风格一样也是很酷、很酷、很酷、很炫、很炫、很炫这样子。好，然后再来就是大会的需求，到底大家要做什么，然后你有什么样的物件的内容有需要这样子。啊，我只剩下10秒钟，好可怕哦！啊，我不管了，我后面不讲了。反正呢，有任何想要知道就是主会场的状态呢，你就可以再来。然后跟大家说一下，这次大会游戏的那个通关有112位勇者通关，所以就是真的很厉害，恭喜你们。然后刚刚有抽奖到都很厉害。对啊，我最后业配时间，我跟你说，我要业配我的乌托邦计划，拜托，我是一个 podcast 的主持人，请大家一定要追踪我的乌托邦计划。
小时钟，谢谢。4、3、3。
时钟很棒，时钟很棒。
好，我们这个小时钟的私心啊，非常的糟糕。那我们谢谢99，那我觉得他是给我们一个 Lightning Talk 很好的 ending， 就是让我们告诉我们的会场是如何让我们愉快度过2天1夜。那因为我们前面有点 delay， 时间不多说，我就把我们的时间交给我们总召李维，大家拜拜。
我的投影片出来了吗？好，没错。那相信今年的大会对大家来说都是非常不一样的一年。我们既没有办法在中研院遇到大家，我们也没有办法在台南大学遇到大家。我们今年的场地是 GatherTown 线上的场地。那这是今天在 Open Space 的一个盛况。那昨天还有一个很有趣的事情是，志工回报有人被困在就昨天晚上PyNight的场地。有点乐不思蜀，玩得太开心了，所以今天没有到会场中，还要我们派人去找他到主会场。对，如果你觉得 PyCon 今年玩得还不够尽兴，那第一个选择是你可以参加明年的 PyCon， 那还有其他选择是今年的10月底有 Marc-Con， 就是刚刚浊水溪以南的最大的 conference。那除此之外，在我们的 Instagram 上也有 list 出今年 APEC 地区各个 PyCon 举办的时间，包含 PyCon Russia 已经过了 QQ。好，那细节就给大家去看我们的 Instagram 上的 post 了。那再来，我想聊聊我们今年到底做了什么样的东西呢？除了我们今年的大会以外，我们其实做了很多的尝试。最大的尝试之一就是 PyCast， 我们第一次尝试让我们的志工录制 for Python Community Taiwan 的 podcast。那我们在短短的时间内就达到了5000以上的 download。那我们在目前刚刚才看的是，目前是 Apple Podcast 科技类的27名。今年我们发出了25600元的 Financial Aid， 即使是在线上，我们不用资助你交通，也不用资助你住宿，我们还是将这些票全部发出去，总共支持了主要应该是学生族群25600元的 Financial Aid。那我们的 Instagram 在8月左右开设。目前有61个 follower， 我们也很频繁的在发我们的限时动态，所以大家快点发起来。然后我们今年在8月中有一个 Young Inspires 的活动，这是一个非常挑战的活动。那非常辛苦议程组的各位来安排这件事。目前它是一个公开的影片，就我早上看应该是有1000个以上的 view 了，对，但我还没有更新到这张图片。那在上个礼拜的 Development Spring， 我们 同时举办了线下与线上的活动。在线上我们有接近70个人，其实我们当初有80个人报名，但有一些人 no show， 然后后来还有很多人一直问我们，到底能不能报名？对，如果下次你知道你要 no show 的话，请你务必要先把票退掉。对，那我们今年有8个 project， 甚至包含了 Apache Airflow 这么大的 project 都有来参加我们的 Spring， 算是相当特别的一年。除此之外，我们也改善了我们今年的 official site， 我们将原本的前后端分离成2个 project， 这是我们 Web Team 今年的功劳。那可以想见的是，办大会不一定跟写程式那么相关，常常你必须要处理很多的文件，然后很多重复的事件，所以今年我们就用 Python 来解决这些重复的事件。我们将我们所有的这些杂物，慢慢的把它自动化。所以如果你是想写 code 的话，明年就可以来写这些project 通常都是比较简单，适合新手的，明年可以来玩。那其实以往有时候我们收集的这些会后资讯，对我们都没有把它量化，所以在我们去 improve 我们的 next PyCon 有时候并不是那么有效，所以我们今年组织了 data team， 我们 build 了一个 Airflow 起来，我们还做了一个 metabase， 让我们可以根据往年的资料去增进我们每一年PyCon 的体验。那再来就是我们大会的场地设计，然后我们在大会中有了这么多场，大概50场的演讲，我们有560个参加者。那在 Gather Town 上，我们总共在 Space 1有6000的人流，然后在 Space 2 2天下来，这样大概是3500的人流。对，可以想见大家都比较喜欢点第一个 link 啦，所以这个 Space 1的 link Space 1的人流大概是 Space 2的2倍。那在 Slido 上，我们总共有173个问卷，所以这对大家这代表大家其实对今年的 talk 满意度也蛮高，也很愿意去问讲者问题。我觉得这算是今年很大的突破之一。那今年我们 cover 的 country， 其实你看这个蓝蓝的，就是我们这1-2天大家在 access 我们 PyCon 官网的人们，甚至到非洲、南美、北美，然后欧洲都有人来 access 我们的官网。那我们绝对没有办法达到这么多的成就，如果我们没有你的参与。那还有我们 sponsor 的参与，今年算是非常困难的一年。那对于 speaker 跟 submitter 也是。那今年我们除了对 speaker 有特殊的票务以外，我们也想鼓励我们 Python 社群的人多投稿。所以只要你有成为投稿者，我们也会给你较为优惠的票种。再来最不能遗忘的就是我们这100位以上的志工们，这是我们在昨天晚上大家在PyNight玩完后我们的准备会议。那在这1年间，我们有3万则以上的 Discord 讯息，光是我身为主席一个人就已经收到2000封 email， 2万封有点太夸张了。对，那让我们把时间往前转一点点吧，到大概是去年的这个时候。去年的10月24号是今年 PyCon 的第一次 pre-kick off， 大概就是1年前的时间。我们在 Marc-Con 的第一天结束后，开始了我们这一次的讨论，今年年会的讨论。那在12月底，我们又开始了其他次的讨论。那时候还是我们能办实体的时候，我们还办了很多次的讨论。我们甚至还去看了我们原本预定的实体场地台大。对，那在经过了很多次其他的讨论后，我们还有 brainstorming， 那这就是我们最后一次还有办法办实体月会的场地。之后我们就把我们的场地全部都改到 Gather Town 上，有赖于就像刚刚啾说的，非常多人的努力，我们才有办法做到。那接下来几场会议也都在 Gather 进行，慢慢的让我们可以一直去精进我们 Gather 的场地。这是我们和 Marc-Con 跟各社群合作的一个活动，就是PyCon 场地开箱。那大家如果已经收到 PySafe 的话，这是有赖于每一位志工在这里帮大家做家庭代工，把每一份包起来并寄出去的。除了跟 PyCon 相关的议题外，在 PyCon 的志工圈我们也开了很多很有趣的圈包含晒猫咪照也是我们很重要的活动之一。对，这是我们10月1号的准备会议。10月2号的准备会议，所以我们才有办法做到像今天有这么多人的来参与的 Gather Town 的 PyCon 会议。然后这是我在大概10分钟前还在跟 Mark 讨论的照片。然后这 这应该是10秒还20秒前我才接的啾啾的分享。对，那非常谢谢大家，要是没有大家的参与，一定没有办法有今年这么精彩的线上PyCon年会。那在此，我想邀请大家来填写我们今年的会后问卷。你的会后回答对我们来说非常非常的重要，这样我们才有办法知道我们今年办线上是否有达到你的期望。那我们要怎么让这一场年会办得更好？PyCon 台湾2021就即将到了尾声，但是我们已经准备好要筹备PyCon 台湾2022了。
嗨，大家好，我是 David。然后接下来的话，我是明年的PyCon 2022的主席。那首先呢，先谢谢大家今年参与我们的PyCon。那如果你对今年的PyCon意犹未尽的话，或是你想一探我们志工到底在做什么事情的话，就像刚刚舅提到的，可以跟我们一起制作 Get Tang 的场地，或是可以跟 Benson 四猫一同参与录制 PyCast， 或是跟我们的 Web Team 一起参与开发我们的大会网站，还有 Infra Team 可以制作各种有趣的小工具，让我们的筹备更加的自动化，以及我们还有 Data Team 可以开发我们的粉专客服机器人。当然，除了以上，如果你还有很多更棒的一些想法的话，都欢迎你加入我们。那赶快就不用考虑了，赶快拿起手机，赶快扫描这个 QR code， 一同加入我们PyCon 2022的志工。最后，我想谢谢今年所有参与筹备的伙伴。那PyCon 2022，我们明年见。